Chair Williams, we can go ahead and get started.
All right, thank you. Okay, welcome to this special meeting of the Planning Commission this Tuesday evening, September 13th. This meeting is on our regular date, but it's considered a special meeting because we are starting at 6 p.m. instead of our regular time of 7 p.m. I now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mary, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Williams,
Present.
Vice Chair Ebnetter,
Present.
Commissioner Nugent,
Present.
Commissioner Patel. Present. Commissioner Wiggins.
Present.
Thank you. Okay, good evening and welcome. We're excited to be here in person with options for virtual participation also. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, there are 3 options to sign up to speak. Number 1, complete a yellow request to speak slip that's at the front counter and hand it to the clerk. Number 2, sign in using the iPad at the back of the council chamber. And number 3, scan the QR code to sign up. The code is located on a sign at the back of the chamber. If you are participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom, and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute yourself. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. At this time, I would like to ask the planning commissioners if they would be interested in adjusting the agenda so that we could have reports and announcements at the beginning of the meeting instead of at the end. All in favor? I guess, can we take a voice vote, Mary?
Sure.
If you're in favor,
Chair Williams,
yes.
Vice Chair Ebnetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel. Yes. Commissioner Wiggins.
Yes.
Okay, with that, I would like to suggest that we put the reports and announcements. Do we want to, can we do that right now before we move on to the consent calendar? Or do you suggest we do it after the consent calendar?
Right now would be appropriate.
Great, I would like to do that. Let's go right ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair Williams. Zach Dahl with Community Development Department. I did want to bring to the Commission's attention a couple of items. First off, just to let you know, so we have a second meeting in the month of September 27th. It is going to be a special meeting as well with a it'll be on the regular date, but starting at 6 p.m. as we'll cover the second round of goals, policies, and actions for the general plan update. And then we have our first meeting in October on October 11th. We do have 2 items currently scheduled for that agenda. And so if anyone is unable to attend either of those meetings, please reach out to staff and let us know. Also, we are looking at potentially scheduling a special meeting on November 29th. So I wanted to put this on your radar, and if you can check your schedules, we'll follow up with you with an email to confirm that we have that you have ability to attend that night. It's not for sure, but we are looking at a project that might potentially need to be considered at the end of the month. And given the holidays, we're looking at how the schedule can be worked out. So we are looking at a special meeting opportunity. So we'll follow up. And so if you can check your schedule and then just confirm with us if we have a quorum, if we ended up moving with a meeting on that date. And then also I did want to give our director, Christina Horsberger, a chance to give you an update on the Planning Commission's handbook, which went to the City Council earlier this month.
Good evening, everyone. Christina Horsberger. director with CDD. So at a previous meeting, I had let you guys all know that the city council was going to be looking at updating the planning commission handbook and the guidance that's available for you all in order to conduct your business. On September 6th, we did bring a resolution to them that updated the boards and commissions rules and procedures to incorporate specific guidance for the planning commission. As part of that, we did rescind the existing planning commission handbook, which had been in circulation for quite a long time and had grown to a pretty large size. We found that the Institute for Local Governments had a handbook that covered everything we had and more. And so what we did is we inserted references to that and are now using that as the primary resource for guidance on a wide variety of topics rather than having to update it locally specific to San Mateo when really a lot of the information was already contained. We also updated it to include a very strong encouragement for planning commissioners to attend the League of Cities Planning Commissioner Academies and to incorporate joint meetings with the City Council annually with the Planning Commission so that you guys all have an opportunity to communicate and to have discussions at least once a year. So wanted to make sure that you guys were all aware of that, and you're more than welcome to go ahead and review the meeting or the meeting minutes or any other available information or ask questions.
Great, thank you for that. Are there any other announcements?
That covers the staff reports and announcements.
Okay. Are there any announcements from any planning commissioners?
I just had a question. I just want to make sure I got the date right. Was it November 29th that the special meeting was potentially happening, or was it October?
November 29th.
Okay, thank you.
And that's probably because the normal meeting would be the holiday week, I think, when I looked at my.
Yes, that would be it's at the end of the month, right after Thanksgiving. We're looking at Thanksgiving on the 24th, so it would be that Tuesday following Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Christina, I wanted to thank you personally for the way you managed that meeting on the handbook. I think you and staff did a fantastic job, and thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no other reports or announcements, we can close that item and I'll move on to the next item.
Excuse
Nick,
me.
yes.
I just wanted to make one small announcement. Our PrimeGov, our YouTube feed is not working at this time. However, anybody joining via Zoom, it will work fine. We will be recording the meeting and we will be posting it on our website when it is complete.
Okay, thanks. Sounds like there's options, so should be fine. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Mary, can you please read the consent calendar?
First item is Planning Commission meeting minutes. Approve the meeting minutes of the regular meeting of 8/23/2022.
Okay, so I was not at that meeting, so I will be abstaining from voting on that. But are there any commissioners who would like to pull this item from the consent calendar? No? If there's any members of the public who would wish to comment on a consent calendar item, now would be the time to make your comment. This is for consent calendar items only. Okay, doesn't sound like there are. So at this time, I would like to get a motion to approve the meeting minutes of August 23rd, 2022.
I motion to approve the meeting minutes of August 23rd, 2022.
Can I have a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay, can you take a vote for us, please, Mary?
Yes, Chair Williams,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Netter,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes,
Commissioner Wiggins.
Yes.
Okay, meeting minutes are approved. At this time, we'll go on to the next item on the agenda, which is the public comment period. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item that is not appearing on the agenda may address the Planning Commission at this time. State law prevents the commission from taking action on any matter that's not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. The target limit for public comments is 15 minutes. However, additional time for public comment may be provided or time per speaker may be reduced to allow all members an opportunity to speak. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak about something not on the agenda?
Chair Williams, there are no speakers via Zoom and nobody present that wants to speak in the public comment period.
Okay, with that, we will close the public comment period and move on to the new business item. So item number 2, I guess, is the general plan update. Will you introduce the first item for us, please?
Yes, the item number 2 is general plan update, draft goals, policies and actions for the circulation, public services and facilities, noise and conservation, open space and recreation elements.
Thank you. So we will start this item with a staff presentation, followed by clarifying questions from any of the planning commissioners. And then at that time, we'll move on to public comments in person and by Zoom. Members of the public will be given 2 or 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers that we see. And once the public hearing part is closed, the commission will then deliberate and provide a recommendation to the city council. Okay, Zach, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Zachary Dahl, Deputy Director with the city's Community Development Department. Here tonight to bring you the draft goals, policies, and actions for our general plan update. Sorry. Not. Go. Before we get started tonight, I did want to acknowledge the team that's supporting this general plan update effort. It is a multi-year effort, and obviously I'm joined this evening by Joanna Jansen with PlaceWorks, who's the lead with our consultant team, but we have a much larger group that has been supporting this effort. We have our City of San Mateo core team, which includes staff members from Community Development and Public Works. We also have our technical advisory committee, which is made up of over 40 staff members from all city departments and the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department, as well as our consultant team led by PlaceWorks, but also including other technical experts, as well as outreach and other support staff to fully support this effort. I did also want to acknowledge we do have 2 members of our Public Works Department here with us this evening, Bethany Lopez and Sue Ellen Atkinson, and both of them will be available to answer any questions you have, Public Works or circulation element related. So for tonight's agenda, as Chair Williams noted, we'll start with our presentation, including next steps in the process, followed by clarifying questions, public comments, and then move on to commission deliberation and ultimately a recommendation. And so really the objectives for tonight's evening are to discuss the goals, policies, and actions for 4 elements in our general plan update. That is conservation, open space and recreation, public services and facilities, noise, and circulation. And that is to receive public comments and then for the commission factoring in public comments received this evening, as well as written comments that have been submitted, feedback from our general plan subcommittee, factoring that in, and then ultimately making a recommendation to the city council for these 4 elements. So a little project overview of what's gotten us to this point. The basis of the general plan started with the vision statement. This vision statement, which notes that San Mateo is a vibrant, livable, diverse, and healthy community that respects the quality of its neighbors, fosters a flourishing economy, is committed to equity, and is a leader in environmental sustainability, and notes our 5 core values, was developed based on input from the general plan subcommittee, planning commission, and city council with extensive community outreach. Following that, we then went through a background and a assessment, alternatives evaluation for our circulation and land use map. And then this past July, we published our draft goals, policies, and actions. Starting at the end of July into August, we began our community outreach, this phase of our community outreach effort, and this is ongoing through the beginning of October. We held 3 meetings before our general plan subcommittee in August, and now we're here before the planning commission as the first of 2 meetings to get your recommendation and then ultimately go to the city council in October. And then as you can see, we do still have a year plus moving forward. We'll then transition to preparation and publication of our draft general plan. And then with a target of end of 2023 to have a final general plan that's ready for adoption. So as noted here, we do have 9 elements in our general plan. 8 of those, or I'm sorry, there are 8 total. The first number 1 is introduction. Housing element is prepared separately and on a separate track as it has a deadline that is dictated by state law. And that was actually an element you looked at earlier this year. So we do have 7 elements, 4 tonight and 3 in 2 weeks that will compose the rest of the general plan. In addition, we do have our introduction, as well as appendices, glossary, acknowledgements, and an implementation plan that will compose the entire general plan. I did also want to provide an overview of the community engagement that we've been conducting for this phase. As you can see, we've done a number of events starting in the end of August, moving into September, and we do have quite a few more to get us through the month of September in the lead up to the city council meetings. And this is provided in more detail in your agenda report packet and including feedback that we've received to date. In terms of community engagement, as we've noted, we had 3 general plan subcommittee meetings in August. We have 2 before you this month, and then we have our 2 meetings before the city council in October. I did also want to provide an overview of your future meetings coming up. So one of the things we did want to note is this isn't your only opportunity to weigh in on these draft goals, policies, and actions. They will come back to you in draft form as part of a 3-meeting series next summer as part of the larger draft general plan. And then there will be 2 meetings toward the end of 23 where you'll get a chance to review the final general plan. And so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Joanna, and she can provide us with an overview of our draft goals, policies, and actions.
Great. Thank you so much, Zach. My name is Joanna Jansen. I am a consultant with PlaceWorks. We're helping to lead the consultant team on the general plan update. Do you want me to advance them? Or should I?
Sure, actually, I can do.
Great. So I'm just going to explain a little bit first about what goals, policies, and actions are and how they fit into the larger general plan update. And as we're really focused on the goals, policies, and actions tonight, but I just want to make clear that these will be supported in the draft general plan by additional narrative that will provide some background and some context, as well as maps, photos, and illustrations that will help to support and explain the goals, policies, and actions. So for example, at the GPS, we heard many recommendations that certain terms need to be defined or clarified, or we need more context of why we're trying to do a certain policy or action. Those are great examples of the kinds of information that we can help convey as part of the narrative that will be part of the next iteration of these of this document. So the next page, I think, just shows a little sample from your current general plan. This general plan will look much different and better. And it was going to provide data, information, and but also be succinct so that it doesn't go out of date. So we're not looking to provide voluminous information as part of this context, but something more enduring for readers in the future to help understand where the goals, policies, and actions are coming from and what they're hoping to achieve. So what are the goals, policies, and actions themselves? A goal is a description of the result that we are hoping to achieve, and it's supported by both policies and actions, which we really think of as at equal levels. So some goals have only policies. Some goals have both policies and actions. There's not necessarily a one-to-one correspondence between a goal, a policy, and an action. Some actions implement more than one policy, or vice versa. So a policy is really a statement of regulation. It regulates activities in the city. It guides the decision-making of staff, yourselves, elected officials, and really helps the city to direct ongoing efforts towards the stated goal. And in comparison, an action is something that someone is going to do. It might be a measure or a procedure. It might be done on a daily basis by staff, for example, interacting with the public, or it might be done once every several years, as in the update of a certain infrastructure master plan, for example. But it's something that staff or others are going to do to help to reach the specified goal. So that you might think of the actions as a to-do list for the city, whereas the policies are the new rules that are going to guide city actions. To get to where we are today with the draft goals and policies, we started by reviewing the goals, policies, and actions in the existing general plan, and we got input from staff and all city departments to ask what's working well, what's not working well, what's been completed and can be crossed off. And then we added some new content to make sure that we're responsive to quite a number of state requirements that have been put in place since the general plan was adopted. Right now, we're in this phase of revising and adding and potentially subtracting from the goals, policies, and actions based on input from community members, the general plan subcommittee, the planning commission tonight at your meeting 2 weeks from now, and ultimately the city council in October. And based on all of that input, we're going to be preparing updated goals, policies, and actions that you and the community will see next as part of the draft general plan early next year. So tonight, as Zach said, we're hoping to get your comments on the 4 elements that we're focusing on: conservation, open space and recreation, public services and facilities, noise and circulation. And the kinds of things that we're interested in hearing from the Planning Commission are: what do you support about these policies? What would you add or change? Is there any topics that we're missing? Also interested in whether or not you have opinions about whether or not policies should be a recommendation versus a requirement. When you see language in the policies like require or prohibit, that's very strong, very firm language that really gives a pretty clear directive to future staff and decision makers. Much of the language that you'll see, it says things like encourage or support or promote. And so that's really more of a recommendation than a hard and fast rule. There can be reasons for having both in the document, but you might have ideas about treating some of them differently, and we'd like to hear about that. And then if there's any specific actions or, again, to-do items that you would like to see added to make sure that these policies really get implemented. And then ultimately, we're hoping that you will feel ready to provide a recommendation to the City Council on the goals, policies, and actions that should be included in the draft general plan update. And as always, we like to offer the option for sending really detailed written comments to generalplan@cityofsanmateo.org. So with that, let me go through each element that we're going to be discussing here tonight, just to give you and our audience an overview of the contents of each. As we start off here, let me just explain the format of the slides. We're going to go through each goal in each element, and you'll notice that these slides, many of them also include a little blue box like the one in the lower right here. That's simply to acknowledge that for many of the different areas of effort that the city undertakes, there are other agencies, whether it's a park district or a school district or your water provider, the fire department that Zach mentioned, many different local agencies and other partners that will be part of implementing the policies and actions in the general plan. And we want to acknowledge that and provide that context. So the first goal in the conservation, open space, and recreation element is about environmental stewardship and protecting and enhancing natural resource areas, both for plant and animal habitat and also for human and ecological health and resilience. So this is where we talk about things like sensitive natural communities, site evaluations for natural resources, wetland mitigation, and similar topics. The next goal is about access to nature for current and future generations and all of the benefits that can help to us to realize. So this is where we talk about sustainable public access, equitable conservation, interpretive opportunities at the shoreline and access in the lagoon and Sugarloaf Mountain, and improvements in the Bayfront nature area. Goal 3 in the conservation and open space element is about water quality, creeks and riparian areas. So we talk about improving and protecting San Mateo's creeks as habitat and green infrastructure. We have some policies about stormwater runoff and pollution minimization, water quality standards, avoiding hydrologic impacts, requirements for creekside development, groundwater recharge, and similar topics. Goal 4 is about air quality and says that all San Mateo residents should have the ability to breathe safe, clean air. So we talk about the air quality thresholds in San Mateo and in the region, requirements for health risk assessments. This is also where we address odors and toxic air contaminants, as well as pollution from construction and trucks, among other topics. I wanted to take a moment and talk a little bit more about the relationship between land use and air quality, because this has come up several times as a concern in our past meetings. The California Air Resources Board in 2005 published an air quality and land use handbook that recommended avoiding citing any new sensitive uses within, and sensitive uses include residential. It could also include other things like a school or a daycare or a hospital, where people are going to be particularly negatively affected by pollution associated with high volume roadways. So CARB at that time said to not cite those types of uses within 500 feet. That was their recommendation. Planners reacted to this by urging CARB to consider a number of factors that also play into decisions about land use. So acknowledging that fleet mix and fuel standards have resulted in significantly decreased emissions since 2005, a trend that we hope and expect to continue with the shift towards electric vehicles in California. And also just to understand the important benefits of making sure that we're maximizing opportunities in California's community to develop infill residential homes that are close to existing services, schools, and jobs, in order that people can not have to commute as far, have access to opportunities, and smaller, shorter commutes. So taking all of that into consideration, in 2016, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District issued its Planning Healthy Places Guidebook, which does not include the same 500-foot recommendation, but does include important strategies to reduce air pollution exposure, understanding that many of our Bay Area communities do have similar constraints as San Mateo with freeways and high volume roadways. So this has created some opportunity for cities like San Francisco and Oakland to translate that air district guidance into best management practices for projects near high volume roadways, and establish standard conditions of approval to make sure that that development can happen in a way that protects the health of new residents. So especially on this slide, we can kind of focus on the second two categories, where our places that the city might have a little bit more leverage on individual projects, incorporating urban design that reduces the concentration of pollution along street corridors, using barriers to help block off some of the pollution from high volume roadways, and as well as vegetation to reduce the concentration of pollution. That's thinking about kind of the site design. And then in the building itself, thinking about high efficiency filtration, for example, and making those requirements of new projects. So I know that's been a big concern for folks in San Mateo, wanting to make sure that we're planning future development in ways that's healthy. And so these are some of the strategies that CARB and others have recommended to address those strong and important concerns. So turning back to the element itself, we have goal COS 5, which is about minimizing the impact of hillside development. And this is talking about preserving natural topography, for example, and other principles to guide sensitive hillside development. Goal 6 is about protecting archaeological resources and tribal cultural resources. So this includes policies and actions about preserving these resources and consulting with tribes, how to mitigate on-site during construction, and also through pre-construction investigations. Goal 7 is where we kind of start to get into our parks and recreation goals. Parks and recreation are very important here in San Mateo, and we have a number of policies that address these topics. So the first is about providing a comprehensive system of both parks and recreation programs and facilities. So we talk about active and healthy lifestyles, the role of parks and recreation in building community and lifelong learning, making sure that we're covering both children and youth as well as aging adults, and taking opportunities to build nature awareness and community-led initiatives. We have also a goal about equitable and convenient access to parks and recreational this program so that all residents can experience these benefits. So we have policies and actions about making sure that our facilities are accessible, how we think about customer service and inclusion and accessibility, and getting input from residents, as well as sharing information with residents about parks and recreation. Goal COS 9 is about the mix and balance of parks and facilities in San Mateo, and thinking about our facility standards, our acreage standards, making sure that parks and amenities are walkable and include facilities for active use, how we're going to go about master planning for parks for future needs, and also rehabilitating and purchasing sites for future parks. Goal COS 10 is really about park design for both parks and recreation facilities, thinking about accessibility, efficient use, and maintenance, which is of course really important when we're thinking about a long-term document like the general plan. So we address parks and recreation facility rehabilitation priorities, shared use arrangements with school districts and other agencies, cost-effective maintenance and upgrades, what are our sustainability and maintenance practices going to be, and how to operate parks in an environmentally sound way, as well as other related topics. And then finally, to accomplish all of these things, we want to recognize that it's very important to provide stable and adequate operational funding for the parks and recreation system. So we have a goal about program fees, development fees, and other ways to accomplish park and facility goals through major projects. Many of the elements in the general plan are going to be including a lot of maps. So some of the maps in this element include maps of waterways in San Mateo, public park and recreation sites. We also did an analysis of the service radii around existing developed parks and recreation sites. So that's what you see in the purple here is around 1/3 of a mile around community and regional parks. And that kind of it reveals some areas in San Mateo that are less served by existing facilities to perhaps help the city direct efforts for future facilities planning. This map of scenic roadways is part of this conservation and open space element. This is really taken from the existing general plan map. And that's the end of the content of that element. So in this presentation, we also want to share some of the feedback that we've heard from the community at the events that Zach mentioned earlier on and through our survey and other mechanisms. So community has expressed interest in maintaining and preserving heritage trees, adding fire prevention measures in open space, which is also addressed in our safety element. They want to see ongoing improvements and increases to parks, recreation facilities, and trails, use of drought tolerant plants in city parks, an interest in potentially solar panels in parks and recreation facilities and other places in the city, and reducing light pollution in and from San Mateo. For each one of these elements, we also have a slide or two that presents the general plan subcommittee feedback that we heard when we reviewed these. I am not going to read this to you. I know that this was also part of your packet, but these slides are here in case you want to refer back to these during your discussion. The next element that we're going to talk about tonight is about public services and facilities. This element begins with a goal on community safety. It's where we talk about police and fire services, including stations and inspections, as well as emergency medical services and code enforcement. Goal 2 in this element, public facilities and facilities, public I just say services and facilities is about water supply and maintaining access to a safe, sustainable, and resilient supply of water for San Mateo. The city doesn't control its own water. There is another water purveyor, Cal Water, who provides water in San Mateo. So this goal is really focused on collaborating with Cal Water and others to plan ahead for supplemental water sources, to do what the city can to encourage and promote water conservation and efficiency, as well as use of recycled water. Goal PS3 is about storm drainage, sewer, and flood control. So we talk about the sewer system, requirements for the sewer, provisions for new development, the city's wastewater treatment plant, coordinated infrastructure improvements for these different systems, policies about creek alteration and stormwater drainage system, stormwater pollution prevention education. This is also at least one of the places where we have a dig once policy, meaning policy saying that if the city or others are going to open up the street to address one type of infrastructure improvement, that we use that opportunity to accomplish as many infrastructure improvements as we can at the same time with minimal disruption. Here's a map of San Mateo watersheds from this element. Then we turn to equitable public facilities. So this covers things like City Hall, the library, cultural entertainment facilities, even the courtyard and the county event center. The next goal is about children, youth, and schools, and fostering the healthy development and education of children of all abilities, incomes, and backgrounds. These are where we have policies about coordinating with schools and school districts for things like school site reuse, for example. Needs for childcare in San Mateo, which is a concern that we've heard about consistently since the beginning of the general plan project, and childcare provisions in many different kinds of settings. We have a goal about healthcare and social services, and this includes policies and actions addressing the San Mateo County Hospital and Mills Health Center, as well as social services and acknowledging the needs of various vulnerable populations in San Mateo. Solid waste services are addressed in goal PS7. We want to reduce the amount of solid waste that we generate and increase the amount of waste that we divert from landfills through things like recycling and composting, as well as just upfront waste reduction. About this element and topics that are covered in this element, we've heard from the community that they would be interested in seeing improved police and fire response times and increased in a police street patrol presence. People also want to provide social services and other kinds of services for that will support people experiencing homelessness in San Mateo, and improving wellness resources for all residents of the community, as well as access to healthy food, and reducing food waste and construction waste. A couple of slides on GPS feedback, if you would like to return to any of these, and then we'll move on to the noise element. So goal number 1 in the noise element is to protect noise sensitive land uses from excessive noise levels. This is where we establish standards for acceptable interior and exterior noise levels for different kinds of uses. And also just important to reference here, the noise regulations in the municipal code. So the general plan, as you can tell, is really about thinking about how land uses should be located within a noise context. The noise ordinance, and more of a kind of a law enforcement type of response is really where we would think about things like, you know, a loud party or someone playing music too loud. Those kind of more day-to-day noise issues tend to be addressed more effectively in the municipal code than the long range and big picture general plan document. Goal noise in 2 in the noise element is about minimizing unnecessary, annoying, or unhealthful noise. And that might include noise from commercial uses, from traffic, from the train, or from construction. People would love to see reduced noise from Caltrain, as well as from aircraft over flights and vehicles. We've heard complaints about gas leaf blowers and other similar types of equipment, as well as concerns about illegal fireworks. And here's a little glimpse of the GPS feedback. And then the last element that we're going to be tackling tonight is the circulation element. In general plan terms, circulation is the word that we use to talk about transportation or just getting around. And this element starts off with a goal about multimodal transportation, meaning offering people the opportunities to get around in lots of different ways through a multimodal transportation system that is sustainable, safe, and accessible for all users. This includes policies and actions about complete streets and Vision Zero and supporting bicycle and pedestrian mobility, as well as transit-oriented development, including safe routes for seniors and education about transportation safety. Goal C2 is about transportation demand management, meaning ways that we can reduce the number and length of single occupant vehicle trips. So that includes policies about TDM requirements, education and outreach, opportunities to partner with private sector and others to reduce transportation demand in San Mateo, thinking about ways we can apply TDM principles to reduce travel to schools and potentially support fewer vehicle trips by offering shuttle services and unbundled parking. We have a goal that's dedicated to pedestrians and building a safe, connected, and equitable pedestrian network, including pedestrian enhancements that would be required with new development and improvements to the right-of-way to support pedestrian safety and comfort, pedestrian trails, acknowledging that pedestrians can include users of all ages and abilities. This is where we have policies and actions about safe routes to school and the downtown pedestrian mall, among other topics. We also have a goal that's focused on bicycles and micro-mobility, things like scooters and similar. And we want to implement the bicycle master plan, focus on making those first and last mile connections and improving connectivity across freeway barriers, emerging technology related to bicycles and micromobility, and again, paving coordination and interjurisdictional coordination. And this is a map of the existing and proposed bicycle network in San Mateo, reflecting the current bicycle master plan. And then we also have a goal that's really focused on transit and making transit a viable transportation option for the community by supporting frequent, reliable, cost-efficient, and connected service. These are our goals and policies that support increased transit ridership on Caltrain, where we address California high-speed rail future plans, at-grade rail crossing, incorporating transit access into new developments, thinking ahead about grade separation, and again, ideas about potential shuttle programs. We have a map of transit routes in San Mateo. This one's actually been recently updated to reflect the most current data from Samtrans. And then, recognizing that many people still do and still will get around on our roads in San Mateo, we want to achieve a transportation system that accommodates future growth while reducing vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. This is the goal that addresses roadway operations and neighborhood traffic, including things like truck routes and traffic signals, and establishing a level of service standard that really reflects all modes instead of prioritizing cars only. The circulation element also includes a map that kind of classifies the hierarchy of roadways in San Mateo. We have heard a lot about parking from the community, and there is a goal to address parking management and effectively administering parking supply to maximize utilization of parking as a public asset. So this includes parking for vehicles as well as bicycle parking, and also thinking about managing the curbside space for things like deliveries and loading areas. It includes a concept of parking maximums rather than parking minimums, and addresses shared parking. And then finally, the goal C8 of the circulation element addresses future mobility and emerging technologies, so that we're making sure that we're keeping abreast of those things over the next 20-year horizon of the general plan, making sure that future mobility options are equitable, that we're engaging in strategic partnerships and pilots to explore these potential solutions, that our infrastructure is future ready, and that we're taking advantage of methods for maintaining and operating intelligent transportation systems. When we talk to the community about these topics, we've heard that people are really eager to reduce or eliminate traffic fatalities and improve safety for all different ways of people who get around San Mateo, including pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Of course, everyone would love to reduce traffic congestion and reduce speeding. Strong support for improving transit and adding electric vehicle charging stations. Adding street lighting has been a pretty consistent comment that we've heard throughout this process, and just improving the conditions of the roadways overall. A couple of general plan subcommittee summary slides. General plan subcommittee had a lot to say about circulation, and that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. At this time, do any of the planning commissioners have any questions for clarifications? Commissioner Briggins?
Through the chair, two questions. One's maybe for staff, one is for the chair. For staff, the sort of feedback you're looking for and the providing a recommendation, we're probably going to give a lot of detailed comments, and we don't at the end need to summarize that back, do we?
Not necessarily, or probably that could be an effort in and of itself. I would leave it up to the commission to decide how you best want to communicate your recommendation to the city council, but staff would encourage either an overarching recommendation that maybe encompasses the recommendation or the discussion from tonight's meeting, or you could maybe go element by element if you wanted to break it out. But beyond that, I would look to the commission to figure out how you feel is the most effective and appropriate way to share your recommendations with the city council.
We can discuss that one. And then, sorry, I think I forgot my other one. I'll remember it later. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say that I think our comments should be, not like, I don't want to go like sort of point by point, through each person on one point and then move. I'd rather each commissioner, made their full comments. And I think it would be less, I don't know, I just think it would be better for each commissioner to be able to kind of go through instead of like sort of a point by point piece. I'm not sure if I said that very clearly. Instead of us taking it one issue at a time, I think we should take it as a whole and then provide comments, to it as a whole when it's, each person's turn to provide comments. Hopefully that made sense. Yeah, I guess we can talk about your question about how do we make a motion to recommend, or how do we address that?
I'm just remembering our recent meeting where we got to the end and we're needing to sort of compile all of our comments and summarize it into motions, and that could take quite a while with this. So I don't know the best way to do it myself, but I didn't want to wait to the end and then try to remember everything that we had all said.
Right. I remember during the housing element, we worked together really well. You were very helpful at keeping track of those items. Okay, well, let's think on that a bit. Are there other questions at this time from anyone?
Through the chair. Just one clarifying question. So we're looking at item 7 this evening, correct? Public services, which has a safety component to it. Yeah, community safety, which I think overlaps with element number 8, which is the safety element. Do we touch base on safety here and there, or what would you recommend?
What you'll find is many of the topics cross over in various elements and themes. And so what we've done is try to place them in the most logical location or element, because one of the overarching goals is to have a document that's as legible as possible for residents, interested parties, and members of the public. So that could be one of the things that the commission may want to weigh in on. If you feel that maybe a certain topic area or bundle of policies and actions is better suited in a different element or different location, I think that's good feedback to provide. So with the draft goals, policies, and actions, we took our best shot based on the feedback we've gotten to place these in various locations that best aligned. And one of the things you will note is the public services and facilities element is a new element to our general plan. It does not exist in our current general plan. The various topics that are covered there existed in the safety element and conservation and open space. And I believe there was other goals and policies that were spread throughout. So we realized that there was a grouping that made sense under that heading. And so that's why we proposed adding that element to the general plan. So, but we are covering 4 elements tonight, and that does include our open space, our public service and facilities, noise, and conservation. Circulation. So safety will be covered next week, but obviously there is crossover, and we recognize that some topics made more sense in safety and others in public service. So if you feel that there should be adjustments, I think that that's good feedback to hear this evening. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, I was wondering, since it's new content, if we could go back to the slides that talked about the air quality. Since I'm always the person who's asking about this.
I
saw it already.
Oh, there we go.
There it was.
Yes, so I think in the following slide, perhaps, where it goes over the CARB strategies for reducing air pollution. I was just looking at this list and trying to understand what of these strategies on this list the city actually would be able to implement a policy or action around. So for example, number 3, speed limit reductions on high-speed roadways. The 2 roadways in San Mateo that are the ones that generate over 100,000 vehicles per day are 92 and 101. Is City of San Mateo able to influence the speed limits on 92 or 101?
We could provide comments, but at the end of the day, that is the purview of Caltrans.
Perfect. And then the other question I had, you might not know the answers to this, but strategies that reduce the concentration of traffic pollution. I know that if we go one slide back, there was some considerations about fleet mix and fuel standards have decreased emissions since 2005. And this actually may be a comment or a question for Commissioner Wiggins as well, because I believe that Commissioner Wiggins may have some professional knowledge of air quality, but I'm assuming that those fuel standards and there are not any standards that have decreased, for example, particulates. So I know that brake particulates and tire particulates are a source of air quality pollution along major roadways as well. So I guess what I'm asking is, are any of the considerations from CARB, or actually there are strategies in the BAAQMD, Planning Healthy Places Guidebook. Do you know of what those strategies are in the Planning Healthy Places Guidebook? And do any of those address these other sources of air pollution?
Joanna, do you have any background on that question?
Yeah, so the Planning Healthy Places Guidebook strategies, also, if we can go to the next slide, include both the, starting from the bottom, those kind of interior air quality measures like filtration and operable windows and those kind of things, which are going to address any types of particulate matter or other pollution regardless of the source. It could also address things like wildfire smoke, for example. Those kind of solutions are intended to address, filter out pollution from coming into the home, right? And then you have your urban design types and site planning type of strategies that include things like vegetation, which we know the more vegetation, the more trees we can plant. That helps to kind of physically block out some of the pollution, which again would be pollution in particular matter from any kind of source, fuel or brakes or tires as well. So some of these measures would be able to address a whole range of pollution sources. And others are like the fleet mix and the fuel standards are going to be focused on specific pollutants that are part of the fuels and emission, like tailpipe emissions.
Okay, thank you. One last question about this. So if you go back one more slide again, there's a note at the bottom that some cities like San Francisco and Oakland have adopted best management practices for projects near high volume roadways, particularly as a standard condition of approval. That's very interesting to me. Do you happen to know what some of those best management practices are?
There really tend to be just more kind of detailed versions of the same big picture type of strategies that we had on the other slide.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then just one other thing to note on that, one thing to keep in mind is any project is going to be subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. And as part of that, there's specific evaluations that look at air quality and potential impacts on the project that's before you. And that could also generate site-specific mitigation measures that could address some of the issues related to air quality that you're noting.
Great, thank you.
Could I go through the chair? One clarifying question to you, Zach, on that. When there are projects that are covered by certain state requirements to allow high density housing in transit areas, are those all subject to CEQA, or are there streamlined processes where they don't go through the same process as you just mentioned?
There's definitely certain projects that are eligible for streamlining or exemptions, but I believe air quality is still a topic that needs to be addressed and properly mitigated. I would need to go back and look at the specific categories that are still required to be addressed even with an exemption.
Okay.
But it depends on the specific one in the legislation, but that wouldn't necessarily exempt a project from still addressing air quality and then appropriately mitigating if there's an issue.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I guess my question kind of goes back to your first question, because I'm vacillating about what's the best way to kind of manage this. And I am wondering now, I think I've done this before where I kind of rethink my strategy. Is it better to take it one subject at a one piece at a time so that we can kind of record the specific recommendations I mean, I guess we could also take notes on what the specific recommendations are for each category as we go along. Maybe you have some recommendation on that.
Through the chair, I was just going to suggest one element at a time.
Yeah.
That way it's also not each of us speaking for like a 45-minute soliloquy as we go through all of our notes.
Yeah, I feel like I've had the same conversation in the past with you all. Like, it seems like a good idea in the beginning, and then I don't really know how we would kind of track each thing. So I think I'm going to come back to the idea of looking at one element at a time.
Yeah, through the chair, one thing that I do appreciate in our packet is the summary from the general plan subcommittee is by element.
Yeah.
And, you might have, the commissioners might have other opinions, but I felt that the general plan subcommittee had extremely good feedback, and it was, highly, just a well-run, well-done meeting for both of the meetings. And I would suggest maybe looking at that feedback as we go through our own comments and maybe try to see where that gets tied together, is if we want to try to formulate some sort of recommendation or something close to a recommendation. It looks like a lot of staff work went into putting this together. My impression from the general plan subcommittee meetings were that they were just very good discussions and a lot of agreement on a lot of things. I mean, there's very little disagreement. I think it's just a lot of people brought good ideas to the table. And I think that the work that was done for that and also by staff to put together these comments could help us as we go through tonight, perhaps. That's just my thought.
Go
Right,
ahead.
through the chair, I'm in agreement with that. And I watched those meetings, not live, but thank you to YouTube. Watched all those, and my one observation I had was, everyone went around, they sort of gave their comments. I agree. There was a lot of natural consensus that emerged. I don't recall at the end of each meeting that they went back and summarized all of their comments. And yet what we have in our packet it looks pretty faithful, like very detailed, add this word here, add that word there. It seems that staff was able to take all those comments. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, unless we get in a situation where we're going in wildly different directions, if we tend towards consensus the way they did, can we make a recommendation along the lines of just presumptively thinking that we'll want to recommend that this goes to council more or less, with adjustments as we had discussed?
And this is in what you're referencing is this synopsis in PlaceWorks document. Yeah.
Props
the
to
chair.
PlaceWorks then too. Yeah.
Yes.
One thing I would note then, if we want to do that and rely on the very great transcription and summary work that was done in the packet, is that when we discuss, make sure that we use precise language about what we're looking for. Because I think there were a couple of times, the air quality is one of them, where we were sort of like, well, is this a concern? Should we address it? Maybe we should do something. And it was a lot of, what is the word I'm looking for? Just sort of rumination out loud. And so if we as individuals or as a group specifically want to see something go in or change, that we use language to indicate that.
Okay. So I think that was, worthwhile discussion and questions. Yeah, go ahead. Are there more? Sure.
So here's a naive question. What in the summary has been included in staff report, or do we know?
Are you asking staff for that
Yes.
response?
Yeah.
So when we publish the draft goals, policies, and actions, given the kind of the short succession between each, the general plan subcommittee, planning commission, and council, we are working off the original document that was published at the end of July. So the document that was included with your packet doesn't reflect any of the feedback from the GPS. And similarly, the document that goes to council, well, we are going to attempt to factor in some of the community feedback as well as GPS and commission feedback in kind of a track changes supplemental. But before you this evening, that's the original one that was published in July. So it's not reflective of either community input or GPS feedback that you saw in the presentation or your packet.
Okay. So if, or whatever items are addressed in the next round that will be pulled or used as a resource off of the August 31st, 2022 memorandum from PlaceWorks, how will we know what's been brought into the draft, or will we?
So what the format is that all of this feedback will be brought before council for kind of final direction on what should be included in the draft general plan. And so based on that direction, we'll then proceed forward with a comprehensive update, as well as then at that point, the drafting of the full general plan. And so you won't see the full inclusion until the draft general plan is published next spring. At that point, there'll be an updated set of goals and policies and actions that reflect all of that feedback based on council's direction. They may direct us to include some, not others. They may have new direction altogether, but their direction will kind of lead us to what is or isn't included.
Okay. So our directions this evening will be part of the city council's packet next go around.
That is correct, yes. And as it was noted at the beginning of the presentation, the commission will have 5 more meetings to weigh in on the draft general plan. And so all of the content will remain in draft form, even through this phase, until their final general plan is ultimately adopted. Obviously, it's going to solidify and get more firm, but it's still draft. Thank you.
I also wonder if this, I think that we may have, or at least a couple, some planning commissioners may have more specific comments than like kind of what's listed in the, in the feedback portion here. And because some of these are, I mean, you're right, we don't know. I didn't necessarily, pay attention to this document. I was paying more attention to the draft, general plan. And so, I mean, I paid attention to this, but I wasn't like cross-checking it.
Mhm.
And so I think that's a good point. We may not, that may not be the best way to evaluate. It may be better just to kind of make notes about what is the most pertinent specific comments about the general plan draft, and then put that into our recommendation.
Sorry, through the chair, I have another clarifying question, sort of to staff. Zach, just for clarity, do you think that council is in the recommendation from us, is council looking for planning commission to sort of, is council getting a packet that includes planning commission feedback in addition to GPS feedback, community feedback, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Or are you thinking that council is getting planning commission's feedback, which has coalesced all of the other sorts of feedback? Does that make sense as a question?
That does. It's kind of going to be both. What the council will see, all of the summaries of, as well as in its original form, community feedback from the various written correspondence, as well as feedback at various community engagement events. It will also see all of the minutes and notes from the general plan subcommittee meetings, and then as well as the planning commission meetings. And I think obviously, if there's a growing concurrence among those 3 groups of input, that probably leads to a stronger likelihood that it should be included in the general plan, but it's kind of, it builds. So there was the general plan subcommittee had a discussion and provided general comments and feedback. Now it's kind of getting stronger in that there is a formal recommendation coming from the planning commission here in 2 weeks. But yeah, at the end of the day, it does, that final direction does kind of rest with council to factor in everything that's built up to that point.
And well, I'll just make one more comment about the, the attachment with the summary of the community engagement and public input. There are some items in there that contradict them, so, contradict each other. So I think we're better off kind of looking at the, goals, policies, and actions. And if we have detailed comments, we need to just sort of note those and summarize them at the end. Okay, so given that, we probably could move on to public comment at this time, if we're all kind of generally clear on that. Well, I guess one more thing before one more thing to kind of discuss. Did we decide that we will take them element by element? Everyone's in agreement with that? Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, through the chair, just a staff recommendation for the commission's consideration. If I know the sequence listed circulation last, but since we do have 2 members of our public works team here this evening, if the commission is interested in taking up circulation first.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay, but at this time, we should move on to see if there's any public comment. Oopsie, excuse me. If that covers all the questions. So at this time, how many public speakers do you see, Mary?
Chair Williams, I have 1 in-person public commenter at this time and 3 via Zoom.
Okay, so we can provide up to 3 minutes at this point. And I think that seems fine. So why don't we go ahead with our first speaker?
So our first public speaker is Moises Valletta. Moises, you can step up to the microphone.
Hi, welcome.
Joint Labor Management State Certified Apprenticeship Program, local hire, prevailing wage, and access to medical coverage. Commissioner, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Moises Villeda. I am a field representative of Carpenters Union Local 217. Carpenters Local 217 represents thousands of construction workers living in the city of San Mateo and throughout San Mateo County. The Northern California Carpenter Union believes that stronger language and labor commitments on the following policies area would enhance San Mateo's general plan and its vision for the future. The city of San Mateo is responsible for building 7,000 new units of housing over the next 8 years and 47,000 countywide. So growing and training the construction workforce should be a central consideration in the city's general plan. San Mateo's construction workforce accounts for less than 5% of all cities' workers. Proportionally, this is lower than the average for both the county of San Mateo and the Bay Area. Why are there so few residential construction workers in San Mateo? As noted on the city draft housing element, residential construction workers and their families do not earn enough to afford rent in San Mateo. To rent for a typical apartment, a household needs to earn well over $95,000 per year. Instead, residential developers and their contractors routinely import an out-of-state workforce. This perpetuates a cycle that undercuts the wages of local workers, exploit workers recruited from afar, and allows for continued underinvestment in much-needed apprenticeship programs that would benefit the community. Policies throughout the general plan already speak to economic development, local employment, job to resident match, and first source hiring. They will be well served by adopting a proposal on prevailing wages, healthcare, and investment in apprenticeship programs for the city's construction workers. With less than 5% of the city's workers employed in construction, growth in this sector would both increase local capacity for much needed residential construction while also fulfilling the general plan's goal for diversifying the city's economic base. A commitment to local employment should not just mean creating office space for attracting professional services companies, but should include the very construction labor that builds this city. Regarding the city's important, may I continue?
You can go ahead and finish what you were saying.
I'll make it brief. Thank you. Regarding the city's important focus on the effect of climate change, local hire policies also contribute to the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by addressing the hours-long commutes sometimes forced on workers from other areas of the state. Paying prevailing wage would allow more construction workers to live in the city in which they work in general, minimizing commute times and keeping that income within the community. Thank you for your time.
Certainly. Thank you for your comments. Okay, so now we have Zoom speakers.
Yes, our next public commenter is Albert Lester from NorCal Carpenters. You can go ahead, Albert, and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear us? You can go ahead now.
We'll go
Can
ahead to
you
the
hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Alberto Lustre. I'm with the Norcal Carpenters Union, Local 217. I'm here today because I want to speak about labor area standards for construction workers in this beautiful city of San Mateo. Since the city of San Mateo needs to build 7,000 new housing units over the next 8 years and 47,000 countywide, we need to do a better job with the labor standards. What are labor standards, you may ask? Well, it's simple: includes livable wages, prevailing wages, healthcare, apprenticeship programs, and local hire. Livable wages: employers should be able to provide all basics to his family, including a decent roof, food on the table. In San Mateo County, residential construction workers don't really have to afford even rent. But workers should be able to have health benefits for the whole family itself. We cannot have members in a community not going to the doctor or dentist because they can't afford that. They can afford those services or pay for them. Apprenticeship helps working class workers that gain knowledge and can build projects to the highest degree, implementing skills that are learned at the training centers and at the job sites. These apprentices are the future builders of America. Local hires benefits our entire community, not only tax revenue for money spent by workers, but also ensuring that contractors are now bringing workforce out of state. Out-of-state workforce drive wages to the ground and force our community members to commute for long hours to make ends meet. When our community members could be spending time with their families and being born in a community, these policies will help ensure that all new development benefits all members of our community. We have to do a better job when it comes down to labor projects. When we build we have to do a better job when it comes down to labor projects that are building to a beautiful city. We have major issues and work is being taken advantage of by contractors not paying the area standard wages. These standards are simple: includes livable wages, healthcare, promotes apprenticeship programs, and local hire. I would like to kindly ask the Planning Commission to please adopt this area standard language in all projects being built in our beautiful city. Make the developers accountable for following the guidelines in our city. In the intent to plan for 2040 study, it's extremely necessary to include area labor standards in all projects being developed in our beautiful city. It will be grateful for an opportunity to speak further about this issue in person or virtually at any time that is convenient for you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Ken Abreu. Ken, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you and good evening. I'm representing the Sierra Club today, Sustainable Land Use Committee, and we sent a letter in on these goals, policies, and actions on September 5th, which hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at. But today I'd just like to point out a couple of the comments that we made to modify some of the policies. One was under circulation. It's circulation policy C-P1-2, complete streets. And there we're suggesting you add a sentence at the end that says, complete streets should also include green landscaping and shade trees, as well as green street stormwater infrastructure to reduce runoff and pollution. The other specific changes we're recommending are in the Conservation, Open Space, Parks and Recreation, Chapter 6. And there it's under two of the policies that we recommend modifying to the policies. And they both pertain to creeks. And what we're doing there is strongly encouraging improvement in the creek habitats, particularly for San Mateo Creek and Laurel Creek, because both of those creeks have been identified as areas where there could be significant redevelopment. And we think any redevelopment is a great opportunity to bring those creeks back into closer to their natural habitat, which also addresses parks and open space, the environment, and so forth. So for policy COS P3-5, which is hydrologic impacts, we request adding the sentence, the priority will be to use nature-based improvements to reduce hydrologic impacts. And for policy COS-P3.6, which is new creekside development requirements, we suggest adding a sentence to that one as well. And the sentence would be, this will be a particular focus for Laurel Creek near Hillsdale Mall and San Mateo Creek in the Shoreview and downtown, both of which are being redeveloped. I'd also ask you to look more broadly at our letter that we sent. We emphasize under the circulation area, pedestrian and bicycle improvements for mobility, as well as focusing on transit-oriented development and making sure that we're also looking at these emerging technologies. And in the area on open spaces, making sure we're getting enough space for all our folks, which we don't have right now. And that can be done by making sure we're increasing our heights and densities so that we open up space for parks and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next public speaker is Ryan Modashini. Ryan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Planning Commission, Chair Williams. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to first echo, the comments of some of the NorCal Carpenters folks who came in regarding language around prevailing wage. I think that's important. And also thanks to Ken for the Sierra Club's comments regarding circulation and land use, which I would echo specifically around like transit-oriented development, bike and pedestrian prioritization and transit prioritization. And I actually also had a suggestion, which I've included in my letter, which is part of the comment packet, but thought it would echo it because Ken also spoke about the complete streets policy or goal. And I also had a sentence that I've suggested in, my comment letter that I thought I would suggest adding to that as well to policy CP 1.2, which is that complete street standards should clarify that active transportation and transit mobility should be prioritized over driving convenience. And again, discussion of prioritizing active transportation and transit modes in our design and planning, that should be an overarching theme for the goal, for goal C1 of multimodal transportation. And I proposed rewriting that goal as such to clarify that the priority should be around that. I also had a comment regarding unbundled parking. There was some discussion at the general plan subcommittee about whether unbundled parking should be required or just recommended. And I had an enlightening conversation with a developer today who's developing a project in San Mateo. And I asked what was keeping them or what concerns they had about going forward with unbundled parking in their developments. And they mentioned that they would face stiff competition with developments that chose not to unbundle their parking, or in other words, to charge separately for parking from rent. And that's because parking is viewed as an amenity. So to create a level playing field, the goals and actions should really talk about requiring unbundled parking in new and existing developments so that there is a level playing field and developers aren't incentivized to not charge separately for parking because there are other developers who are including free parking to kind of sweeten the deal, essentially, in San Mateo. So that's an enlightening conversation I had with a developer today, and that's why I would encourage you to require unbundled parking in existing and new development. And then, so I would just say my letter has other proposals. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks for your comments. Are there any other speakers?
Just give me 1 second to check here. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, no other public speakers at this time?
I apologize, I muted this. I came to speak about this project corner of Fourth and East. That's to be discussed later. Do I need to sign up or anything?
I didn't hear what it was you came to speak about, but we have on the agenda tonight is the general plan update. And so we're speaking about the whole general plan. Well, not the whole general plan, but 4 elements of it tonight.
I must have misunderstood that. The project on B Street and Fourth, that's not coming up yet?
No, that is not specifically coming up today.
Apologize for wasting your time.
No worries.
When should I come back and how do I get it?
I don't know when that project is coming onto the agenda. Zach, can you address that?
Yes, through the chair, that project has not yet been scheduled for a public hearing.
Okay. So it's a future public hearing. And it sounds like, Mary, you could get his email address and you can be part of the general notification list for upcoming meetings.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome to stay and listen to the rest of the conversation. At this time, I would like to suggest we take a 5-minute break, if that's okay. Okay. We're just going to take a 5-minute break and be back 7:33.
Need a standing dais.
Control it.
Right.
We'd all be at different heights. We'll give it another minute since there's still this conversation.
I would like to add a policy around the standing dais.
What's that?
I'd like to add a policy actually around the standing dais.
Oh, yeah. You're saying this is how I should. No, I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at the clock to see if it was like. I'll just give him 1 minute to finish the statement. No worries. Okay, at this time, we've closed the public comment period for this item. And we are going to go on to planning commissioner deliberation period. So I like the idea of starting with circulation, although I have to say in my packet, I don't know what the order is because I've been bumping back and forth on things.
Circulation was the first.
Was it? I found it. So it's page, looks like I'm on page 38. I don't know if that's the beginning, but it's not the beginning. There we go. Page 36 of my packet. So I, at this time, would like to request that planning commissioners provide their comments, and what I'm thinking is we'll take it element by element, but we can provide specific comments, and one way that we can handle this is to make a motion for recommendation at the end of each element. And so we can take a vote at that time because there's kind of a lot to cover. And so if we feel strongly about including specific language or points in that motion, then we can kind of cover that as we go and for taking notes. However, it's come to my attention, we could also make a motion to approve. Let's say we're making a motion, for instance, to approve the circulation element based on the discussion that has just taken place. So in other words, we don't have to list every single thing we've talked about. The discussion stands on its own as the record, and the city council has access to obviously the recording and to public hearings. So we can also do it that way, I would say. Okay, that's what I would encourage us to do.
Point out that there's no approval happening tonight, just a recommendation. So just
Okay.
clarify that the planning commission is just making a recommendation to the city. council.
Okay, so are we to vote on each of the elements?
You could, but there's no formal approval happening.
Okay.
You could see if there's a consensus on your recommendation.
Yeah, okay, so at the end of each element, we'll, I guess we will take a vote just to be, or get a motion to approve, just to be sure we're crossing all our Ts kind of thing. But really we won't at this point then list, every point as we would traditionally in a motion to approve. We will rely on the discussion as part of the record.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, there's no formal approval action happening tonight, simply a recommendation that was.
So I don't even need to ask for a motion at this point.
Go ahead, Jack.
I think a motion would be the appropriate way since the commission's providing a recommendation, but it's a recommendation.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Thank you for all the clarifications on this kind of unusual item. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to just ask who would like to go first on circulation.
Through the chair, I would like to volunteer to go first.
Great, thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, so I do want to start with a couple of general comments that don't apply just to circulation, but just to get them out there. So for myself personally, I listened to all three of the general plan subcommittee meetings in August, and whoever put that group together did a fabulous job. We had 2 Rec and Park commissioners. We had 2 of our fellow planning commissioners, 2 city council members, school board trustee. That's such an amazing group, and their input on top of what I think is great work across the board by staff, PlaceWorks consultants, the TAC, Technical Something Committee. I feel like at this point, I'm kind of standing on the shoulders of giants a little bit. And I will say, as it goes towards making recommendations, my thought around those well-organized and transcribed GPS comments is that I agree with just about everything that they came up with, often stridently. And I don't mean to repeat all of that tonight, so I'm not going to. And my suggestion for myself, I'm going to be, unless I say otherwise in the comments or, on a specific item that I commented on, otherwise I sort of agree with it. Wonderful, interesting discussions, very thoughtful. And so I just don't want to repeat all of that for the sake of time. And okay, so with those on to circulation. The Move San Mateo letter, there was a lot of strong, good comments. I think I read one item in the Move San Mateo letter about capping 101 from Peninsula to 92, which sounds amazing, but as an action, there might need to be some thought about that. That's a pretty awesome action. That's probably a few steps before it. So, but there's a lot of really strong comments in there that I support around sharpening some of our goals, and pretty much everything else I read in there I thought was really, really strong. And that too, that's just a few steps between A and B on that one. In terms of specific circulation comments, I want to start with CA 3.6. So that's action A 3.6, safe routes to school. Two items here. One, I want to add the words "and improvements" after engagement. And so this could just be for textual clarity. It could be really material. If you look at the next action, CA 3.7, we talk about funding improvements. But on CA 3.6, safe routes to school, we just talk about funding engagement. And so I think that's good. I think there's been progress made in recently in getting the funding to support staff to do that engagement. But we can't just do that. We need to fund the actual needed improvements. So that's why I want to suggest those two words being added. One other thing, I would leave it to staff as to how to work this out, but safe routes to school, this is in the pedestrian section, but it's not just a pedestrian issue. It's the county office of education's program defines it as being for pedestrians and bicycles. So it's kind of for both. I want to go a bit further, and it's partially with my personal experience of having been hit by a car this past June while biking in a bike lane with my kids while trying to bike them to school, looking for a safe route to school. Thankfully, everyone was okay, but in my experience, that bike lane network as it stands does not constitute a safe route to school. I think we need physical improvements, honestly, physically separated bike lanes often if we want our kids to be safe from vehicles that are going to keep getting bigger and heavier in the next 20 years, the period of time that we're looking at under this general plan update. And so I don't think aspirations for us are inappropriate. And what I'd like to propose is a policy that is effectively a safe routes to school master plan. And I am thinking of a policy that would have us create safe routes maps based on school boundaries. So for example, the part of the city that maps to Burrell, just to pick a school, chart out the routes that are the safe routes to school, identify deficiencies, come up with capital improvement plans to fix it, budget those, and then fund it. So I guess if I wanted to be specific about it, my policy would be create a safe routes to school master plan that includes those items that I just listed, although I think staff knows that those are the sort of things that go into a master plan. I think it's worth doing because I think it's worth actually getting to a goal of safe routes for kids. And what the goal we have right now, it sort of talks about actually creating that. And if we're not going to create it, maybe our goal is a bit misleading, and we should pull back the language of the goal. I don't think we really want to do that. I think we want to take the steps to fix it. So that's my thoughts on safe routes to school. I have 3 more specific circulation comments. So connectivity across freeway barriers, CA 4.3. I'm thinking about strengthening the language here. I definitely appreciate that the feasibility studies and the design alternatives are a necessary part of delivering these improvements, but I think they are also at risk of becoming stuck on a shelf. And I know the needed dollars for a project like that is big. Can we commit ourselves to going a bit further? I know we can't make a full funding commitment, but one idea I had is in our goal C6, we are looking to reduce VMT per capita on our roads. So if we achieve that, we would be reducing the need for capital upgrades and maintenance projects, as there would be less wear and tear. Can we add text to this action, CA 4.3, that lays out a schedule to reallocate dollars where feasible from vehicle to bikeway improvements, consistent with our goals of reducing VMT and increasing bike mode share? So to me, over the 20-year time horizon, that seems reasonable to imagine that we can start to reallocate dollars. And so that's my suggestion on that one. You could sort of carry this through to CP 6.6, capital improvement programs, kind of as a complement. I very much like how this is prioritizing projects that increase person throughput versus vehicular throughput. That's obviously the right way to do it. I think you can have a really minor text change here. Let's say we're talking about a bike bridge over the 101 that could have better person throughput than a capital improvement project along Hillsdale. Maybe you can tweak the text in CP 6.6 to make it more explicit that in this policy, the outcome or the impact of this policy, sorry, impact is the wrong word. Something that comes out of this policy is prioritizing projects that are primarily bike and ped versus vehicular roadway. So I think those two can kind of maybe think of them going together. And I'm hoping that there's a way to realize some savings on vehicular roadway improvements and redirect that. And I picked the connectivity across freeway barriers because I think the funding challenges are particularly high there, but there's probably a few different directions that those dollars could be reallocated. So last one is parking management, C7. So our goal for that, I'd like to add a sentence to this goal, which is to, I think it's for the goal, maybe it's better in a policy, but to plan for the reduction of public parking supply as a whole, which I think sort of flows on logically from our goals of reducing VMT and car mode share. So we have less cars, less car mode share, more bikes. Over a 20-year time horizon, we should see less public parking to manage. I'm only talking about public parking here. And that's partially because we're looking at maximizing the utilization of public assets. So public land is a public asset. A public parking garage on public land is a public asset. And if I'm in agreement with the language here, we need to maximize that asset's utilization. We should expect that parking is likely going to stop being its highest and best use. One other policy to add here, or I would leave it to staff to decide if they want to add text to the goal, assuming other commissioners agree with me, of course. If we want to look into this versus the goal, you could add a policy that commits us to that long-term plan to reduce public parking supply. I think there should also be in text in there about heavily scrutinizing any proposed increase in public parking supply. So by that, again, I mean public garages, not private ones. I think we should be looking at that if we have funds or we're considering going to get funds for something like that 10 years from now. That people may be thinking about that now, it might make sense. 10 years from now, it might not. So that's the sort of long-term thinking I want to fold into this goal. And those are all my comments on circulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, who would like to go next? Adam, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, I very much appreciated Commissioner Wiggins' comments, and I think that those are wise to incorporate. I also wanted to just shout out to the General Plan Subcommittee's comments on circulation. It was, in my opinion, an excellent discussion, and I have very little that I think I could add to it. I sent in written comments on circulation, just a markup of the goals, policies, and actions following the General Plan Subcommittee meeting that I was part of. And I don't want to waste everybody's time going through everything that I said before. So since this will get incorporated and written down, I think that what was written as the summary of the GPS comments is pretty much what I would have to say. The only thing that I would add since that time is I just wanted to highlight the parking management and how, from an economic perspective, it's always best to manage a thing directly, or tax directly the thing that you want to change, or not try to go indirectly to affect policies if you can do in a direct route. And so when issues arise with street parking, I think that we should have some way of stating in our general plan that if there are issues with street parking, it is street parking management through strategies directly related to street parking, not necessarily land use, that should be taking priority. Because otherwise you're going to get indirect unintended consequences of, mandated parking requirements, things like that have been tried in the past, which don't necessarily solves the problems that people have with street parking. And so I think just focusing on directly addressing things with regard to street parking, somehow incorporating that into the parking management clearly as a, so it's just clear to a citizen or resident that is the thing that the policy is attacking. So again, I don't know if other commissioners want me to go through stuff that I had, but I also don't want to spend hours here doing such, talking about this when I have already provided a fair amount of input in the GPS meeting. So
through the chair,
yeah,
if I can ask a question or make a suggestion, if there are things that you would like to discuss between us, I have a few items that I would like to discuss between the group. I think those are the ones I plan to focus on.
Mhm.
If there's anything you think that there are a few things in the general plan subcommittee that weren't consensus, and if that's something that we should discuss as a group to see if we have consensus that could be beneficial, or if there's anything else that you would want to discuss among us.
Yeah, I might listen to what the other commissioners say and then provide any further input. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next person. John, would you like to make your comments next? No, all right. Seema, will you provide comments next?
Sure. In looking back at the circulation element again, with the general plan subcommittee feedback summarized, there were a few things that I wanted to call out this time. And I actually can't recall if I mentioned this one last time, but for goal C1, suggesting that we edit this goal to say, design and implement a multimodal transportation system, adding the phrase that prioritizes walking, biking, and transit, and is sustainable, safe, and accessible for all users. So just calling out in this very first goal that we are looking into 20 years into the future, now prioritizing walking, biking, and transit. In the general plan subcommittee meeting, I had also suggested that we have an action around requiring pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure on the circulation plan to be implemented anytime a roadway is resurfaced. It's partially covered by action C-A4.2, but that only mentions bicycle infrastructure. It doesn't mention pedestrian infrastructure. Sorry to make whoever's driving jump around. My next item was policy C-P1.5. And amending that policy P1-5, yep, El Camino Real. Amending it to say prioritize high capacity travel and pedestrian and bicyclist safety along El Camino Real. Recently went with my family to eat at a restaurant on El Camino Real by bicycle. And you don't want to bike on El Camino Real, but what I noticed was that the sidewalks are too narrow even to walk a bike on the sidewalk. So it's very hard to access our businesses along El Camino Real by bicycle. And then I wanted to call out two specific actions for Move San Mateo, because I think many of us in the general plan subcommittee and now in the planning commission, seems like we're all saying the Move San Mateo letter was great. But it's not clear to me if we will actually implement everything from that letter into the language. So I wanted to call out things that specifically stood out to me and make sure that these things get implemented. So two proposed actions for Move San Mateo around this. Reviewing projects in the city's capital improvement plan based on their alignment with the state climate action plan for transportation infrastructure and other climate goals. And then modifying our capital improvement projects based on the state climate action plan for transportation infrastructure. And then the other action I thought was really great in this section was establishing a realistic, ambitious, time-based goal to fully complete all infrastructure projects outlined in the city's revised capital improvement program and improvements outlined in other plans, and to identify increases in staffing levels that would be needed in order to meet that goal. So I think we hear pretty frequently that oftentimes the most limited resource is our staff's time. And it seems like we should maybe consider that as part of this general plan and how we might be able to solve that problem. In goal C3, there was a proposed action from Move San Mateo that I just really wanted to call out, which is requiring the safety and quality of sidewalks fronting all properties to be addressed at the point of sale, and requiring the existing or new, I guess we'd have to pick one, owner to repair the sidewalk if minimum safety and quality conditions are not met. And then of course, providing exemptions for low-income individuals from this requirement, and prioritize sidewalk repair program funding for historically marginalized equity priority communities. There is for goal C4, there is a proposed policy from Move San Mateo I wanted to call out, which is switching parking and bike lanes. This might be one we need to discuss. Switching parking and bike lanes so that bike lanes are closest to the curb and parking provides a buffer between the vehicle travel lane and the bike lane. And then there were some suggested actions around that, and I won't take up time by reciting them all. I'll just say those proposed actions to actually make that happen were really good proposed actions. There are also some proposed actions around adopting minimum traffic calming standards for all streets, including but not limited to modal filters and speed cushions. And then pursuing a shared micromobility operator. For goal C6, editing the language to add achieve a transportation system that, and adding the phrase prioritizes user safety and accommodates future growth, reduces vehicle miles traveled per capita, et cetera. So just calling out in this goal that we want to prioritize user safety. And then Move San Mateo, this might be another one for discussion, had suggested adding a policy to incentivize the adoption of speed governors, which I thought was really interesting, and a couple of proposed actions around implementing speed governors on our entire non-emergency city fleet so that all vehicles in the city fleet operate at safer, slower speeds. And then another suggested action around providing a rebate to owners of vehicles registered to residents or employees in San Mateo that would incentivize the purchase and adoption of speed governors. And then around goal C8, there was an action C-A8.4 around equitable mobility technology. And so this said, develop an equitable mobility policy and data sharing requirements for vendors. And I just wanted to echo some comments I made in the general plan subcommittee meeting around proceeding very carefully about having any actions around data sharing. I have privacy concerns about what that might, about the implications of that, a world where we have a micromobility program like e-scooters. If we're requiring those companies to collect and share data, how will that data be used? Could we end up in a scenario where our police department requests all user data around a certain location and a certain time? And then just also knowing that many technology companies have very strict rules around the collection and sharing of user data, specifically personally identifiable information, and not wanting to inadvertently disincentivize any of these transportation technology companies from coming to San Mateo in the next 20 years because any data requirements we would have in our general plan would preclude them from doing so. And then I have a few items for discussion, but maybe I should keep those until all of the comments.
Sure. Why don't we do it that way? We'll go through comments and then we can have a more detailed discussion.
Through the chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
First of all, thank you to staff and the general plan subcommittee for working so hard and diligently in getting this document to the point where it is today. There seems to be a tremendous amount of great information in this draft, and hopefully we will be able to build on it and get it to the point where it will be most efficient for the city to implement and to manage progress over the next 20 years. For circulation, I have just a couple of small comments. And I'd heard this at one of the planning commission conferences, and some jurisdictions have implemented programs where the parking fees that are collected in certain areas of the city are used there for the neighborhood. And I think that could be something that the city might want to look into to see if there's benefits associated with that to help certain parts of the city make some improvements for their specific area where the fees are collected. As it concerns to the pedestrian bridges over 92 and 101, I have been following the one for Highway 101 for 10 years, and I think funding has come and gone. Somebody had mentioned that, maybe it was Martin, that, these could end up on a shelf somewhere, and I always have visions of the one on the shelf because I would love to see that project built. The only thing I really generally don't want to see in this general plan update are goals that are not going to be feasible. I don't want to discourage goals, And I think at a certain point, we don't need to add components if they are not going to be aggressively pursued. I think that at least in this element, the language in some of the policies and some of the directions are not clear. And I think you said earlier, Zach, that we needed to get this document as legible as possible, is I think what you may have mentioned. And specifically looking at, there's a CA 4.3 and kind of caught my eyes. Encourage and facilitate provision of, nope, that's not it.
3.3, you said?
Which one was it? CA 4.3.
No.
Oh, that's policy. I already got it up. Conduct feasibility studies and design alternatives. Nope, that's not it. Well, bear with me one second. Actually on page 39. Okay. Seven, 3 and 7.4. So CA 7.4, emerging technology for curbside management. Evaluate and implement performance monitoring and evaluation systems such as digitalization of curbside assets to dynamically manage evolving curbside demands. I've read all of the items for this evening's discussion, and most of them are pretty clear and concise. I don't know what that's saying to me. And I think some of, specifically around the circulation, it seems like we're not talking to the public as well as we could. I had a few people read that who are pretty intelligent, and they didn't really grasp the concept. I think I can understand it, but it's not clear English. And I think the simpler if we're able to make our statements, maybe the better we are and the less ambiguity there could be further down the line. Yet overall, like I said, I've read this whole thing. For the most part, it's clear. Some of the circulation isn't a language that I fully grasp. Oh, sorry. So I think it was in this element, but the maximum parking requirement seems like a great idea. And there was a speaker this evening that I think supported making parking unbundled a standard. I think it would work very well with the maximum. We have had developers recently tell us that if they did not double their parking above the state minimums, that they couldn't get their financing. So this could be a way to level that field. And I know that staff has recently suggested reducing parking in some of the developments that we've seen, which is a change. It hasn't always been that way. And those two together could encourage more development at a lesser cost for the developers. The Safe Schools program is probably one of the items that if we have to pick, I would make a high priority financially wise. I think it's extremely important for children to be able to get to and home, get to and home, to school and back home safely without constant supervision by adults. We've got to make it safer for them and give them the ability, the skills, and the courage to be able to go to school and come back home safely. So that was it on my circulation comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I have a few comments, but not a lot. But I do want to just start with kind of the same thing everyone has said, which is that I continue to be impressed with all the work, all the time and energy put into this general plan update, and that it is clear that it's been so intentionally put together with input from the public, including outreach to, as many City of San Mateo residents as possible. And, with many hours from the subcommittee and including, people sitting here on either side of me, and of course, staff, and PlaceWorks and, just a lot of hard work from many, many people. So I really am impressed. And I don't have a lot of big things that I think are missing. I think I just was impressed at how much has been considered and is in the document. I did start to look at it with regards to where things could be noted as, and I think we kind of you touched on this, that where things could be noted as a requirement instead of a recommendation, or, where language might be less direct or, just more loose and open. And yet that as I went through, many of the times it was, I didn't come up with that many places where I feel like it should be changed to a requirement, because as you said, that's a big thing. That has a lot of impact on applicants, of developers, of projects, of all of that kind of thing. So another comment I just want to make, sorry, these are just sort of general comments, I guess, before I get into a couple specific things. I felt that in circulation and in, I guess I really noticed it in circulation, but I also noticed it in conservation, probably in particular, that there was a lot of use of the term accessible or accessibility. And in my day job, I think of that in terms of ADA, handicapped accessibility. And, but there was nowhere in the document, I think, that actually talked about accessibility for mobility, specifically like for wheelchair users or mobility impaired people with mobility limitations. So, what I traditionally think of as accessibility. So I feel like that word could be either, I don't know if it needs to be defined as just available, or I don't know, some other word than accessibility, because in my industry, it's thought of as ADA accessibility, which I think should be added to some of the elements like circulation and conservation. So those were kind of general items. Let's see, where was okay, so for circulation, I mean, the couple of comments I had, hopefully I'm not jumping around here, but I did actually, per the Sierra Club speaker, I just wanted to note that I think that that was the Sierra Club rep brought up a really good point, that complete streets should have a line in it for, I can't recall exactly what his wording was, but green trees, I think bioswales for drainage were appropriate or were feasible. And, some ability to have some landscaping as part of the complete streets item. I think that was CP 1.2. On CA 2.6, again, I might be jumping a little bit. I'll try not to. CA 2.6. And I guess the reason I bring this next item up is that I'm trying to, as Adam said, I'm trying to think what this looks like in 10 years or in 20 years, what's out there. So that particular item references as examples, College of San Mateo, Caltrain, downtown Hillsdale. Do we need to say something like, or other areas, so that we leave it open for, possible Bridgepoint shuttle service? I think shuttle service could be, is an important element of circulation. And I would, and again, partly for people with mobility issues, or we talk a lot about bikes and pedestrians, but I think we need to also keep the focus on services for people that have mobility issues. And so I just want to make sure we've covered everything by listing. We've listed some specific places, but maybe we should say and other places as feasible, or list Bridgepoint or something. Okay, so that was that one. I think I had another ADA accessibility item. So CA 3.4, I made a note about that language. Access for users, implement the ADA transition plan and maintain accessible streets and sidewalks. Use industry standards for guidance when implementing design standards. I'm not sure why I noted that. I guess I said, instead of saying industry standards, I think we should say ADA requirements for implementing design standards. Because industry standards is pretty big and vague, and ADA is very specific. The Americans with Disabilities Act. I did meant to also comment that we are lucky that in California, so many of these things are actually covered. There's so many things that we have as goals that are, we talk about clean air and clean water and accessibility of whatever kind. There's a lot of items that are really covered in the state of California in other ways, fortunately. Okay, so let me see what else I had. I probably should have brought this up as a question, but CA 4.5 references like Crystal Springs Road. And I guess I'm wondering, pursue 4.5, pursue safe pedestrian bicycle access to San Francisco Waterlands through coordination with the town of Hillsborough. So I think that's a great idea. I guess I don't know what that really looks like. I think that's probably good as an action item, but I don't know if that means, it's not a very wide street, so I'm not sure what that exactly looks like. I don't have any specific change to the language. It was maybe more of a question. And then could we just look at, let's see, 4.4 was the Bay Trail. The only comment I would make about the Bay Trail is that I think the city of San Mateo has an awesome section of the Bay Trail compared to some places where it's not yet really developed. But does this cover sort of like 10 years from now to maintain it? I guess we say identify state and county programs to continue pursuing safe pedestrian. I would like to change that terminology from continue pursuing to maintain the San Francisco Bay Trail through the city of San Mateo. Because it's well done. I know because I have some friends that have walked the entire thing and I joined them on many segments. It took several years. Okay, so those are my comments on circulation. So at this time, should we go back to, do you want to talk about something in a little bit more detail? And I'll send it back to you, Seema.
Thank you. Through the chair, there were a couple of things I had noted that we may want to discuss in this circulation element. If I can find my notes. Specifically, we discussed some of these in the general plan subcommittee meeting, and then looking at the staff summary, there was notes that there was not consensus on all of these. So I think it would be interesting to discuss amongst us. So the first one was CA 2.1. And I'll just note in this pause that I think, is it Zach who's driving? Whoever's driving is doing an amazing job of going to the exact point where everyone is discussing. CA 2.1, yes. So the implement the TDM ordinance it says, consider parking requirement reductions for projects that include TDM measures. And one suggested word change I had was to change consider to just reduce parking requirements for projects that include TDM measures. So to make the language a little stronger. Any thoughts from my fellow commissioners?
I would concur with that. I think that, we're most likely, and as a state, going to remove parking requirements around our major transit stops. And so this kind of becomes contingent on transit demand measures occurring in places beyond that boundary. And I don't see any reason not to just have that be a thing that we implement rather than have it be considered or like, let's just go with it as a transit demand measure. So like, if you want to have lower parking requirements outside of, 0.5 mile radius, then you need to implement our set of TDM measures.
Any other comments on that?
Through the chair, yeah, I would generally concur. The way I think of TDM measures is they're usually oriented around moving people to different modes of transportation, getting them out of their cars. And so I think there's a natural connection there. I'm curious, Seema, if you were thinking or you're assuming that it's a sort of a mechanistic connection. So as you introduce TDM measures, this is language, we should go further than consider because we're implementing TDM measures. And so the need for parking is less.
That's exactly right.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. Versus, I don't know if you were thinking of it as like an incentive, to like encourage developers to take on TDM measures. But so that makes sense to me. I reading through TDM measures sometimes and implementing them in my day job, I would suggest that we try to offer staff a little wiggle room for weird projects where maybe I'm trying to imagine a project where there are TDM measures and you don't see a meaningful reduction in parking. So I agree with this as our baseline, and I just want to give them a little wiggle room for the one-off project here and there, but I vastly prefer your phrasing to what's there now. Thank you.
Any other comments on that? No further comments? Okay. Any other items you want to bring up?
Yes, thank you. The next one is C A2.7. This came up in the public comment today and in the Move San Mateo letter. How do my fellow commissioners feel about changing the word encourage to require? So we require residential developments to unbundle parking. And I think as the public commenter noted, right now, it seems like there are at least some developers who are choosing not to do this because they feel that there is, it would put them at a disadvantage competitively with other projects. So if this becomes a requirement across the board for all new projects, then we don't have developers choosing not to do it out of a fear of competition.
I will just say, I guess I'm unsure about changing the language to something stronger. Because it does seem, I mean, I guess I'm thinking about it from, I don't know, the developer or tenant's point of view. So I'm on the fence about that. So I guess I would say the language is appropriate in my mind.
Through the chair, I have two thoughts. I think that I wonder if we would be the first city to, I may not be fully aware of what others, I don't know if we would be the first jurisdiction or municipality to make unbundled parking the baseline. I think that could be a great step for us, actually. If there were, I'm trying to imagine situations where all I can think of off the top of my head is for perhaps certain types of senior housing or certain types of housing where, you unbundle parking and the developer charges for it, right? And so the parking costs what it costs either way. But if there's certain sensitive communities where that's going to somehow unintentionally end up as an extra cost for them, all I could think of is offer some sort of I can't say carve out because I don't know the specific group I would be carving out, but if we left some general language around consideration for sensitive communities or certain types of situations that were exceptions. Again, I like the idea of this as the baseline. And I am familiar with at least pretty large specific plans that take unbundled parking as the baseline, as the requirement. So I don't think I don't know if it's been done citywide, just purely out of not being in the know, but it is definitely being done in big master plans in the Bay Area. So I think it'd be great for us to be on the front end. Thanks.
Sorry. I was just going to say, in the past, I brought up the example of construction workers that typically have tools and, hard hats and, PPE that they need to keep in their car and take with them. And, I think there's many groups of people that would be at a disadvantage if they have to pay additionally for parking. So I don't know. I guess that's one of the things I've thought about in the past. There's a lot of people that puts at a disadvantage.
I think, and I'm so not an economist. I'm not an economist. Somebody correct me if I'm speaking incorrectly here. But when parking is bundled, right, the cost of those parking spaces, the cost of the development of those parking spaces is being distributed equally among all of the units. When we unbundle the parking, I think what happens is that some units that don't come with parking become cheaper. Other units that do come with parking become more expensive because now the cost of that parking is not being amortized around everyone. So I can see from an economic standpoint, both how it could make housing for some sensitive communities cheaper because they may not have a vehicle or multiple vehicles, and now their cost of housing becomes cheaper. And then I could also see a scenario where the impact is the opposite, where because the parking was being subsidized by everyone, it was cheaper to them. And now that they're only the people who are using it are paying for it, it becomes more expensive to the people who are using it. So I don't feel qualified economically to determine whether this is better or worse for sensitive communities.
I agree. I think the parking, they pay to build the parking, they have to charge it back. And so there's more flexibility in the way they do it. And so I think if you as someone living in a rental unit is just, it's not like they still charge the same rent and now they charge $200 for parking on top of that compared to the person across the street where it's all bundled. No one's going to move in if they do that. So you're going to see a discount. So I think that the baseline is you would just see a little more transparency in your housing costs. The total shouldn't be, more or less. It's more dynamic. And so for people that don't need the car, they have the opportunity to have lower rent. This is and I'm also not an economist. So, that's why I think it's only would be some, in my sense, some rare case where somehow there's an unintended consequence. It doesn't, I don't think it would expose people to more parking costs. I think it would expose them to cheaper rent in some cases and a separate, and an understanding of what their parking really costs. So.
Through the chair. I think that I have not experienced an issue where parking has not been an issue on a project. And one way or the other, it always has been mitigated. So what I'm thinking about here is that, Seema, I like the idea. What I'm thinking about here is a developer comes in, they have concessions and they want to, and one of their concessions is they want to add 50% more parking. So to me, there's always been an avenue if you want to decrease or increase your parking, working around the different policies that are either statewide or local. And it really seems to always move on how people address parking for specific locations. I like the idea of requiring it to be unbundled because of the economic benefit for the developer and encouraging more housing. My concern is how will that help us with our jobs housing fit? Are you more likely to be a higher paid professional who doesn't need a car, who can walk to the office downtown and live without a vehicle? You have freedom. You have freedom for that type of lifestyle. So part of it is to me, would it encourage a better jobs house fit, jobs to housing fit, but would it benefit some over others? I'm not trying to convince myself against it. I want to drastically reduce parking in our city. And I think even if we do say it is going to be required, that if a development can't be built unless they have bundled parking, then they'll use that as a concession, is my idea. So I don't think we've tied anybody down completely, but I think it's a good policy to add, to use as at least as a baseline. So I don't think we would have there's always going to be an issue with parking. There's always going to be problems, no matter what it is. Trying to restrict it as much as we can, I think, is a great move. And I would be supportive of using it as a required action or policy action.
Through the chair, when I put my layman's economist hat on, I think of trying to avoid, in policy, trying to ultimately avoid negative externalities, and then allow as much freedom, or in a sense enough ability to make choices at the smallest level as possible, in the sense of unbundling parking. There's kind of two aspects that I look at from this, where one, when you unbundle parking, it allows one resident or family unit to choose not to have parking, and then another family unit perhaps to take 2 parking spaces if, say, they have need for like a work truck or something. I think that having that sort of flexibility and freedom actually is a positive on that. But the other aspect one other aspect I worry about is with regards to financing. If we have some sort of policy that makes financing a building less feasible or less likely within R1 jurisdiction of San Mateo, it may mean that a project doesn't get built that we would desire, and it would get built in, say, Burlingame or some other place. And so having anything that is a requirement should also be considered in that light. And so if I was to take a like economic perspective, I would say that unbundled parking should universally be allowed and it should be encouraged, but I'm not sure requiring it would have the effect at a local level within a regional area that has 100 other jurisdictions, whether that would affect financing. Now, if the fact that the city would require unbundled parking would make financing easier for some reason to do less parking, then yes, I would think that that would be a great option. But I just worry a little bit about the possible effects of discouraging a desirable project by some requirement that we may not know the effect of. So that's where I come. Like, I think it should absolutely be allowed on all projects. But whether it's required, I'm not necessarily sure, because I think of it at that from a financial standpoint. That's where I'm at.
All right, thanks for the comments. And do you have more?
If I were to summarize, it sounds like we have 3 commissioners in favor and 2 who are uncertain or against. So I think from my perspective, that means we shouldn't change the wording. It does not feel unanimously desired.
I appreciate that.
Can I jump in? I just want to suggest, and I'm not sure if this is already the case, but I do want to suggest at least allow unbundled parking in all residential developments be part of this phrasing, rather than, because it says encourage residential developments, but it doesn't necessarily say that in the future unbundled parking will be allowed in all residential developments. And I think that
allowed and encouraged.
Yeah, I think that to me is the most important thing.
That makes sense.
Through the chair, one last thing. Should we add study requiring unbundled parking as another action or within this?
I mean, I think it's part of an individual project.
Sorry, I meant as a
study.
policy. So like for staff to study the impacts of making that policy change. Just listening to this good discussion and thinking of some of the points that are being raised, we're probably not qualified. But I don't know, would people be interested in adding one more clause to just have it be studied as a potential new requirement?
That seems acceptable.
I think that would be a
guess.
good idea, right? I mean,
Yes.
we were all talking about how we're not economists, and so
Yes.
maybe people who are should be weighing in on this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Okay, so does that cover it for circulation and?
Oh, no, I've got a few more, but I promise I only have discussions for circulation.
Oh, okay, good.
So I'm not going to do this all night, I promise.
Okay, so what else do you have?
CP 7.2. Yes, shared parking. So do we want to make this language stronger from encourage new and existing developments to share parking between uses to require? This is particularly timely because we had a project come before us where there was interest from the public about the parking associated with the project being shared. And it was not something that the applicant desired to do. And since that project has been approved by us, I've seen a lot of commentary from the community about the lack of shared parking now at that site. And so I wonder if we want to make shared parking between uses required so that we don't have private parking sitting unused after business hours, for example, when it could be utilized by our community.
through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Comment from my day job. There's so many flavors of land uses and the rate at which they generate according to the ITE standards or some other standard, different rates at which they generate the need for parking and different peak and off-peak periods for that. And I've seen a number of ways that it can or can't work based on the assumed behavior of the drivers. So I agree with the goal of avoiding the situation you just described. And for me, the most I would be willing to say is require it where a transportation study proves it to be feasible in that particular case. Because I think there can be tons of nuance. And I did want to ask one other thing. There is also an angle to this where it may just be that the landowner isn't interested in it. It may be perfectly feasible. And so in that scenario, would you be considering that's where the requirement would be more important, where for all other reasons it worked, but for the owner didn't want to? That's kind of what you're getting at?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I'm curious to hear what the rest of the commissioners think of that.
Through the chair, I would say that requirements are appropriate in many aspects of land use planning, where they have limited potential for negative externalities that we cannot predict. However, I think of this similarly to past practices of requiring parking, lots of parking, where at the beginning of that practice, decades and decades ago, it may not have been apparent what those externalities would be. And it led to it was one of the factors that led to increased auto dependency and auto focus. So when we require something like shared parking, I worry about that, even if it is something that seems like a good thing to solve a problem that we're having in the here and now. What it could do is, again, it could reduce the likelihood of a project, like a good project that we want getting developed or even financed or even proposed for some reason. That's just one example. And so when you have requirements that may have other impacts beyond that may have ripple effects on what could happen on a property, that may not be worth the requirement itself, then we should be a little bit concerned. And I'm not sure, I worry that in the case of, say, the last project that we reviewed, that if it was a requirement to share parking, say it wasn't a Caltrain property, say it was just a private property, maybe that apartment building doesn't get built at all, or maybe that some other project, whatever project it is, doesn't happen at all because of the requirement. And there's a lot of that throughout land use where it's hard to know what the counterfactual is. Like why some properties get built, others don't. And this requirement could potentially affect decisions of private actors and finance. That's just where I'm coming from.
Sure. But it feels like that argument could be made for any requirement we have about development projects, and we have many, right?
Yes.
I could have imagined someone making that exact argument against inclusionary zoning, right? And
There
in
has
fact,
been.
people do.
Yes,
They still
yeah,
do.
there are. Yeah.
Applicants make those, statements. Well, I don't know if they make those statements, but that is, yes, that is a concern of applicants, across the board, all kinds of
Right.
requirements, but that,
Yeah. And what
Adam,
what I'm saying is that it's not that requirements in themselves are always bad or always good or whatever. It's just that every requirement that we impose is going to have some sort of externality to it. And it could be, and the requirements either need to be fairly benign with a low likelihood of having, major effect, or they need to be so important that the negative externalities are worth it. And I don't know if requiring shared parking, that's such a broad thing that could be very applicable and very helpful in some scenarios, but may not be in other scenarios. And maybe if we got it to like perfectly refined ordinance where, we got it down to the fine detail where it just, every project that doesn't need it doesn't have to, or every project that, would be, but as like a blanket policy, I'm worried as it being a requirement. And I'm sorry, I totally understand the helpfulness and importance of shared parking in situations where it works. It's just that I also worry that it could discourage things that we might want.
Well, I tend to agree with you, Adam, because for the reason that you've made, which is that each project is different. The architect, the developer, the plant, the whole team, there may be some reason why it doesn't work, or I think it has to be looked at on a case by case basis. I mean, and maybe it's to the point that if it was this overarching solution to everything, I guess it's another tool in the toolbox for managing, this issue of cars and parking and traffic. But I'm not sure that requiring it is the right. I don't think that requiring it is the right direction at this time. Anybody else have comments?
Sorry, through the chair, if I might just interject. There's a lot of different facets here. We talk about the concept of maximum parking has been raised, unbundled parking, shared parking. It might be that maybe prioritizing one of those concepts might inevitably address multiple of those. So if you're going to require, what would be the aspect that you would require? Would it be one of those, but maybe requiring all three might almost be counterproductive in certain ways. So it might be worth thinking of it in its totality and what do we want to prioritize? Also knowing that there's a lot of policies throughout the full general plan that are going to need to be implemented. And so how would we prioritize those? Which should we focus on first? Because some might come in year 5, some might come in year 15. So just a few thoughts to consider with this as you're kind of connecting the dots for all of these policies and how they fit together.
That was a very insightful comment. And I wonder if, in the previous discussion, we talked about maybe having language around a study, if there just wants to be a broader study around parking requirements generally and how these different kind of requirements could have a compounding effect upon each other.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
To me, the trend seems to be that during the initial intake of most of the projects in the city of San Mateo, pre-application, the tendencies have been that the discussion of shared parking is quite often on the table. And as far as I can tell, unofficially promoted by staff, or at least part of the discussion, because I've seen it come to us in numerous locations already part of the package. They've committed to shared parking. So I think we're getting there. We're getting some good results. I don't think, I don't know if it could be a requirement, because I think people might go back to yet again, well, I can't build it if I do it in this fashion, and that's against HAA. So it's, I like the concept of shared parking. For the most part, I think the city's done a pretty good job of getting it moving. And as a part of the discussion, Seema, I think it's a great idea, but I don't think it works at this point as a requirement.
Okay. What's next on your?
Well, I'm going to skip the next one because I'm pretty sure I know how it's going to go. So I'll just jump ahead to, do we want to talk about switching bicycle lanes and parking lanes in our bicycle master plan?
Where was that covered in? Like,
It was a suggested action by Move San Mateo, or
got it.
maybe a
Yep.
suggested
Okay.
policy. I can't remember. It's in the letter as a suggested thing.
Okay, got it. I was just going to say, is it something that's addressed in some other way besides the general plan, like more specifically in the bicycle plan?
I don't know the answer to that. I was not signed up to answer that question.
Sorry.
The general plan references the bicycle master plan. So there's like a recursivity there. I don't know if there's, maybe it would be more appropriate to address this in the bicycle master plan, but I don't know if
That's
we
right.
have a path to do that outside of the general plan.
Through the chair, if I might interject, we could call up Sue Ellen Atkinson. She might be able to provide some insights into that.
Hi, good evening. Regarding the what essentially would be a standard for how to design bike lanes, that is something that we could undertake as part of the complete streets plan that we're about to enter into an agreement for to begin work on. So that would be evaluated as potentially a standard, but in terms of requiring that design for every location, that might be a little too stringent and too restrictive because that might impact safety or impact site distance or something of that nature, where we don't want that to be a consequence of our design. So I could imagine where the bike lane standard in the complete streets plan could consider that or could suggest that or recommend it, but provide flexibility for other implementations as well.
Perfect. So it sounds like the complete street plan is the right vehicle for considering this. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. That one didn't take that long. The next one was around policy or actions around speed governors. And do we want to require them for our city fleet and incentivize them for adoption among residents and employees? Again, thinking about the fact that this is a 20-year plan, so we're looking far out to the future.
Yes. To the greatest extent possible. So I feel like there may be the language that it's framed in. What do we want to call it? A pilot program? I know the art is in the language, how strong the language is. And I'm not familiar enough with all the technologies that are out there other than to say bikes and scooters have speed governors as a baseline. And it seems like, when you look at a lot of the goals we have that we're discussing tonight or in 2 weeks, increasing safety, oftentimes in reducing fatalities from car collisions is strongly linked to reducing vehicular speed. And while we can't stop every car that enters the city limits and strap on a governor, we could set a good example as a city. So I'd be supportive of at least a pilot program that does that for X years.
Anybody else have comments on that?
I would support that as a pilot.
If I could wave a magic wand and make every car have a speed governor, that would be something I could do. I would do. Outside of expense, I don't see a strong issue with this. So, yeah, I would support. I don't know about require, but at least implement a program to incorporate into the fleet.
Yep. There was no language around
Yeah.
requiring. It was
Yeah.
more about incentivizing and
Yeah.
exploring. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how much of an effect it would have, but
Yeah, I don't really have a comment on it. I think a pilot program makes sense.
Great.
Okay, are there any other items on circulation?
Last one. This is the most broad, and this is that there was a public comment, and I can't remember where I read it since the last general plan subcommittee meeting that noted when we were considering the circulation alternatives, there was a lot of discussion around super blocks. But now that we're at the point of having picked a circulation plan and we're talking about goals, policies, and actions, the concept of the super block has somewhat disappeared. And that the public comment was asking why, right? Because there seemed to be so much support for the idea of a super block. And so I guess I'm asking fellow commissioners, like, should we, I don't know what we should do about that. Like, should there be some sort of goal around the super block idea or policy around the super block idea, particularly downtown?
Yeah, I don't know what we would do, but I don't want it to get lost as well. I agree. I think maybe that comes down to a specific plan or a specific circulation plan for the downtown and isn't addressed further in goals, policies, and actions. But if we wanted to have some sort of policy as far as just implementing the super block, it seems like it would be fitting just as a mention. But I think that it should probably be a focus of more of a specific plan to figure out how that's actually accomplished.
So through the chair, rather than that being in circulation, could it be in land use?
I think it probably makes the most sense in circulation since that's what it's focusing on.
Okay. I'm just thinking about how it would affect a certain district and what you may or may not want to develop there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at all the public comment and all the comments from GPS and everything, I think pedestrian facilities, pedestrian comfort, pedestrian safety is like screaming at the top of the mountain as like one of the biggest desires and things that people want. And I can see the super block idea as being a pedestrian circulation thing, as well as, you know, as well as in a sense of open space parks element. But I think circulation is probably where it should be.
I would agree with Commissioner Nugent. Maybe there's just language where we encourage its study under specific and area plans. I could imagine as people start to look at Hillsdale and Bridgepoint, you could have opportunities to study it there. There's be other opportunities. So I don't want it to disappear either. So if we can get if it can be understood, generally understood, or reference that it would be, explored at that level, then that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I know that there is a plan to make or update our downtown specific plan. And so maybe this is something that gets tied into that, but I'll just agree with everyone else that I don't want it to get lost. And I feel like we should mention it somewhere in this general plan, and maybe we just leave it to staff to figure out where is the right place to mention it and how.
Okay, so on that note, I think we are done discussing circulation, and I would like to, I would like to make a motion to recommend approval of the circulation element based on the discussions that we've been having on all the specific items. Can I get a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. I don't think we need to vote, do we? Or we should vote? Okay. Can you take a
To the chair,
roll?
can I clarify, when we say based on the discussions, that implies like incorporating the suggestions that we have. Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Incorporating, I guess I should say instead of based on the discussion, incorporating all the suggestions that we've had in this discussion.
So I'll just read back the motion. Recommend approval of the circulation goals, policies, and actions incorporating the discussion of the commission. Or discussion and feedback from the commission.
Incorporating the comments of the planning commissioners in the discussion. Okay, and then we should take a vote.
Does there need to be a motion or we can just vote?
There is a motion in a second.
So Chair Williams,
Yes.
Vice Chair Nutter,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins.
Yes.
All right. That is approved 5-0. Okay, so now we'll move on to the next item. And just to do a time check, it's 9 o'clock. So we will, we like to aim to be done by 11, but so let's make that our goal. Plus or minus a little bit. I think is our next item conservation. Lost track of what's next. Conservation and public.
Through the chair, I think listed in the I think it's public services and facilities, noise and conservation. So just looking at it, it's public services and facilities, I think is what the next one is.
In the staff report, it says it's supposed to be conservation, open space, and
Oh.
recreation.
Yeah, we skipped to circulation, and then I think we need more.
It's
bookmarks.
listed differently.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not saying I'm right, Adam.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think that the next item is conservation, open space, parks and recreation element. So let's do that one. Okay, so we started in that direction. Let's just continue in that direction.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciated how that last section went. So I'll say the same. I agreed with the general plan subcommittee discussions, and I trust that if there was anything in there that was unclear, we can bring that up in discussion. I just have under conservation 4 comments on figure COS3. Just a couple minor things. One, a tiny celebration that the hatch pattern for undeveloped on Burrell Park can be taken away because since this diagram was made, it was developed. It is now open. Burrell Park is great. And then also the Dale Avenue open space. I think let's take that undeveloped hatch pattern off of Burrell and just drag it over and put it onto Dale Avenue open space, which I do not think has ever been developed. Sorry, that was a short one. So by the time you scroll there, Zach, I'll already be done. So just minor sort of comment on the graphic, but I think it's consequential for Dale Avenue because we have a policy about developing master plans for our undeveloped park space. And so I think it kind of hopefully tees it up. And I think that's something that was touched on in one of the GPS meetings. Yeah, no, it's green as an open space, but in there's another diagram about, maybe we should pull it up. In access, sort of distance from parks, if there's.
Oh, right.
If it's
Okay, I know what you mean.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's okay.
Yep.
You don't need to pull it up.
Okay,
I mean, I know what you mean.
let's go to COS 4. And I appreciated this is for goal of all residents having the ability to breathe safe, clean air. And I appreciated the additional information that was added in the staff report. I think we're in good shape when it comes to providing safe, clean indoor air. You build new buildings, comply with the the laws that are on the books today, Title 24, everything else, you're going to get MERV 13 filtration minimum. You're going to have clean indoor air, but we provide outdoor open space, private open space. If you live in a single family home, you have some amount of private open space. If you live in a multifamily development, there's also private open space. And so my concern is around those outdoor spaces, because that's an important part of people's lives. And that's an 8 to 80 consideration. We can't spend all of our time indoors because the air inside is clean and the air outside is unclean. So I'd like to propose a new policy under this goal section that discourages new housing development within 500 feet of roadways, averaging more than 100,000 daily trips. I'm using the word discourage on purpose. It's in contrast with times when we use encourage, which doesn't force anyone. Encourage does not require, but it sets a general position. So when you're looking, and where I'm coming from with this is you look at things to mitigate outdoor air quality and particulates, which is not just from fuel, it's from tires. EVs still have particulate matter that gets deep into your lungs. And so I think I would want to see more assurance that we're actually the mitigations and some of the things that have been shown from CARB, make a quantifiable impact. In my day job experience, if you really want to know that, you kind of have to run computational fluid dynamic airflow modeling to show that, let's say, particulate matter from the highways is actually blocked versus just, we think it'll reduce it. I just think people's breathing safe air is, and I think the intent of the goal, as it was already written, it's a high priority to give that to all of our citizens, everyone that resides here. So I would say, and maybe this is discussed, maybe there's language around finding a way to do that, but I wanted to at least put on the table that we don't disallow, but we discourage it, at least until we find a way to get confidence in the success of mitigations as it pertains to people's health. 2 more. So COS 8, our goal to provide equitable and convenient access to parks. I would like to, I don't know that we have information today on if we have equitable access to parks, or where do we have deficiencies on equitable access. I know we have a map with the radii of the physical distance to a park, but that's not the same as equitable access. So I'd like to propose a policy where we include equity access analyses in our parks facilities master plans, or what are sort of parks master plans, facilities master plans that we have, that identifies, runs an equity access analysis, identifies deficiencies, and identifies solutions along with the funding to fix it. And my last one, and I think an important one on this would be COS 11. So providing stable and adequate funding for parks. I'm thinking about Commissioner Ebnetter earlier mentioning having goals that are actually achievable. So in terms of stable and adequate funding for parks, to the extent that I've paid attention or tried to learn more, I don't think we're doing that today. I think our Parks Department does wonders with the funding they have, but I don't think it's enough. And when they get it, I think it's unpredictable. So 2 thoughts. One, we should add text to this goal about creating a park system that is best in class, or sets a standard in the Bay Area, or gives us some sort of qualitative standard to shoot for, because I think it puts city staff and other decision makers in the future, puts them in a better position to really go out and get funding for the parks that we need. We don't talk about, as far as I can tell in this goal, in this larger section, like the quality of the park system that we're creating. So one thought is to beef that up. The second one and just a little more background on stable and adequate funding. The Park and Rec Commission this past year, annually they look at their 5-year capital improvement plan. So if you go to the May 10th meeting of this year, they received a report on that, and there was highlights presented to council on June 20th. But what you saw there was because most funding for parks comes from new development fees, when new developments aren't built or they're delayed, you just don't get money to maintain your park system. And so you saw that if you go back and look at that, you'll see that in the 5-year plan. I think it demonstrated the reality that their funding is not stable nor adequate. And so I think they need another funding stream. So I don't think it was our intention that the lion's share of the parks funding comes from new development, but I think that's what those studies bear out. So COSP 11.4 talks about new development contributing proportional funding for its impacts on the park system, which is good. Let's just think about the proportion though. We add maybe, I'll just say 500 homes a year in a good year. And there's something not quite 50,000 homes in the city, I think. So rough math, 1% of the homes in the city and their proportional impact is doing maybe 90% of the lifting, if that makes sense. So they're 1% of the impact and they're 90% of the funding. And so we need, that the way to bring that down is to bring in more funding sources. And look, even if we don't build a single home, the parks are going to keep having heavy use, wear and tear, they need upgrades. So I'd like to consider a new policy and a new action. The policy is to ensure a balanced set of funding sources that is comprised of both annual budget dollars and new development fees, each in proportion to its impacts on recreational facilities and services, to together provide a stable and adequate combined funding source. And an action to go with that would be something along the lines of evaluate the city's annual budget to identify funding sources for the proportion of impacts on park and rec facilities caused by existing development, and as needed, identify other funding sources, including but not limited to a bond. So I just want to say, and this is my last comment, I don't think you just wave a wand and fix this, but I want us to put a policy in action to help move towards a solution for it. And I think there was discussion at GPS, at least a little bit. I think if I understood Chair Robbins correctly, sort of an acknowledgement that you're going to need a bond. So let's maybe write some language that helps tee us up to go and work on that problem. So those are all my comments.
I guess I'll go next. Just keep it the same. Thank you, Commissioner Wiggins. I actually agree with you. I hadn't thought about that funding, but I think that I'm glad that you mentioned that, and it does make sense because projects may ebb and flow as far as how many are coming into the city each year, but we need funding for them that aren't dependent quite on that one particular aspect of our community. I wanted to mention, again, not to be a broken record, but I just really appreciated the discussion from the general plan subcommittee on this. And I do think that staff and PlaceWorks did a good job of summarizing it. I had a couple of things that I just wanted to mention for this real quick, and it's just as a kind of an addendum to the notes from the general plan subcommittee. And let me scroll down. And it's policy, so it's under goal COS-9. And it's the policy COS-P 9.4. And it's the active use facilities. And then I just wanted to highlight the last line a system, providing a system of pedestrian and bike trails that will provide interconnectivity between parks. And I think as an expansion on that, as we look at active use facilities and incorporating a connectivity to them, I think having a network of passive recreation, maybe as another policy, just having the network of passive recreation on select public right-of-ways as part of our pedestrian master plan implementation, looking at passive recreation, so like walking or going for runs, that sort of thing along our streets, should be considered as we implement our pedestrian master plan. And how do we connect good routes between not just our parks but also nodes like our downtown. And so I think that the implementation of the pedestrian master plan could be influenced by the system of connectivity between parks and our downtown. And just as a general goal, I think that would be a good thing to do as a complement to the active use facilities as part of our just recreation opportunities in the city. I'm a runner, so I have a very, very intimate knowledge of streets that I like to go down, and I'm comfortable going down. And I think just expanding that connectivity to the places that people want to go is just kind of the heart of pedestrian planning. That was the comment I had on that. I don't think it quite got captured in the general plan subcommittee meeting. And then let me see, I think that was it. Otherwise, great job on capturing that feedback. And I just don't want to reiterate it all. So.
Through the chair.
John, go right ahead.
Mix it up here. I think the parks in San Mateo are what really makes the city an incredible place. What the city has done for decades, and the outcome for our beautiful parks and open spaces, it's just incredible. And to be able to keep them incredible places to enjoy is going to take a tremendous amount of effort. I think everything that we need to accomplish as a city over the next 20 years, all the way from sustainability to parks to equity, there's going to be some large tickets, large projects that are going to need to be funded somehow, and at least getting some type of a roadmap in place to address the issues that will have to be taken care of will be beneficial. But once you start to looking for the funding, that's when I think it's going to become a very challenging situation. So water quality standards, policy COS-P3.2. And Kennebrew said it better than I'm going to say it, because Kennebrew is an extremely intelligent environmentalist working with the Sierra Club for many, many years. He commented earlier this evening. So I'll reiterate what he said to a certain degree. Water quality, creeks and riparian areas. I think we need a policy to protect and restore our creeks to a level acceptable for healthy marine and bird habitats. I live on Laurel Creek. It's behind my house. And on a good day, it looks like coffee with cream on it. On a bad day, it looks like black coffee. It's embarrassing that we have taken our natural resources and treated them with such disrespect. We don't have huge waterways that would be impossible to repair, but we do have some creeks, and to show them respect and give them life would be something that I think would be attainable and would be a joy for the public to see. It's embarrassing to me, the way the creeks look. They're just an embarrassment, and I don't think we should ever have let them get that way. My next comment has to do with the air quality and air quality thresholds. So for years, I've been discussing the location of housing units near major thoroughfares and how we may be able to address some of those issues. And we are addressing them to a certain degree with our filters and so on and so forth for the interior air. Yet we're not able to do much for the exterior air. Although we do have opportunities in other areas to help with our airborne, with our air quality. One of them, and it's been an ongoing debate within the city for years, is that airborne toxic plumes generated by leaf blowers, which includes heavy metals, TACs, fecal waste material, brake material, tire materials, are all a combination for asthma, which is a disease that exposes itself more in low income neighborhoods, and we refuse to even address it. There's been numerous studies. Bay Area Air Quality has done studies. Many local universities have done studies to lay out the harmful effects of continuing to expose sensitive receptors, meaning humans, to this type of air pollution. And we have steadfastly refused to address it. And I would love to see some type of policy, or at least suggestions, that we open up that discussion again. It has finally gotten to the state level where in 2 or 3 years, gas-powered leaf blowers will be banned, but electric ones are going to do the exact same thing as it pertains to toxic waste that is spewed into the air. I would hope that our city would look at it again and acknowledge the health detriment that they exhibit. The quality of our parks, to me, is fantastic, as I already mentioned. What I've thought of many times, and this is just a small component that I think could keep them fantastic, and I don't know to what extent the city already does this type of outreach, but parks are such a great place for volunteering. You can have seniors, you can have school kids, and everybody in between. You could get corporate naming of your parks. I mean, there's so many different ways to help. You go to our parks, and just easy things like painting curbs, painting parking spots, staining benches. I mean, I live right next to a park also, and I see the people that come, and they work very, very hard, and they do a great job. But if at least we're able to engage the public more, we might be able to reduce some of that burden on staff. And I think it could be a great program, because people, I think, appreciate the parks very much. And I don't think it always has to fall onto the city to maintain them to the level that they do. Page 63. Oops. If we could go to page 63 on the slide, I'll tell you which one I'm talking about here. Okay, air quality thresholds, activity near receptors. Uh-oh, I think I'm going the wrong page again. No, page 107. Sorry about that.
You might be looking at there's a packet that includes multiple documents, and the goals, planning and action has different page numbers, so it might have to go
I
based
just
off.
look at it. I just look at it as what it shows up.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, now I got a problem. Okay. The parks are, we're asking or promoting that the parks are developed environmentally sound and sustainably. And I think we need to put some teeth into that. Meaning to eliminate all gas-powered equipment and eliminate toxic fertilizers and chemicals from being used in the parks. I don't know to what extent there are guidelines on what you can and cannot use. I do know that we use a tremendous amount of gas engines on our park maintenance, and I think we should start to eliminate them over a period of time. I live behind a park, and I can not only hear the large vehicles that come in to do the work, but I can also smell the fumes from the projects. And I think if we're going to really look at the sustainability component, we need to look at what we are planting, how much water we are using on it, and what type of equipment that we're doing. If we're saying that we're going to be doing sustainability practices, I think we need to have policies to back that up. One of the comments also has to do with maintaining the parks and different recreational areas, including the golf course. I went through the process years ago where there was a debate over keeping the ice rink open or not. And that was an ongoing discussion in the public for a few years. And I learned a huge lesson. Initially, I didn't think it was important to keep that facility open. Yet as it turned out, it was an important component for a lot of people. And I understood more the benefit of having that facility for a certain amount of people to engage with one another in sports, and how important that is for all of us. And that reminded me that instance of the importance of organized sports and policies. Yet, I don't think the city of San Mateo should continue to be a owner of a golf course, especially the location where this golf course is. And what I would like to see as part of general plan policy is to implement a 10-year plan where we could repurpose the golf course into a higher use facility identified by public and private outreach and surveys. The budget for the golf course has been an ongoing debate if it actually is making money or if the city is subsidizing it. And I don't know where that discussion has ended up. Yet I do know that it takes a tremendous amount of energy, and we don't even know who is using it. If the parks are for the people who, residents of San Mateo, if that's the main focus, I've never seen who is using that park and how many of the people in the city of San Mateo actually use it on a regular basis. So is it a good return on investment, is it what I'm trying to say? And I don't know if we've ever determined that. I know there's been discussions in the past where there's been, ideas about, oh, we're going to develop it into housing and there's long-term plans. I would like to take the golf course out of the general discussion of preserving it and leave it as an item which could be open discussion for different types of developments. As far as I know, the city parks have garbage cans and recycling cans. I do not believe any of them have composting, which has always kind of irked me because a tremendous amount of composting goes into the garbage cans, which, as we all know, is not the way we want to do our business. And it could be costly. A lot of the cans that I noticed are in enclosures. They're only large enough for two. They'd have to be modified. But if we're going to say that we're using sustainability practices, then that simple component could be addressed. I also know that there's special, smaller garbage trucks that come and pick up. Maybe this means you have to have a new electric fleet of garbage trucks for the parks themselves. I don't know. But to not give that opportunity to the people who are using the parks, and there's obviously a tremendous amount of parties that go on there, so you do have composting that should be addressed. That was it.
Okay, thank you. And then Seema's next.
Thank you. I only had the one item. It's COS-P4.1 air quality thresholds. Generally want to note again that I agree with, most everything that has already been said by my fellow commissioners. I'm guessing we're in some pretty strong agreement, but I'll note to everyone else, if there's anything we don't agree on, maybe people should mention that so that it's clear to staff where we're in agreement and where we're not. I'm in violent agreement with Commissioner Wiggins about a new policy to discourage the development of housing within 500 feet of roadways that have an excess of 100,000 vehicles per day. And in addition to what Commissioner Wiggins said about, having low confidence in mitigations unless we're developing computational fluid dynamic airflow modeling. I'm not an expert. I think it sounds like Commissioner Wiggins does this in his professional life. I don't know what the right way is to disincentivize housing development in these spaces. I leave that to the expertise of the staff, or maybe Commissioner Wiggins has additional suggestions. And I agree with his comment that we don't disallow it, but we discourage it. And maybe one of the ways we do allow it is if an applicant is willing to do that kind of computational airflow modeling to show that there won't be an adverse impact. And the other thing I wanted to note is that John Oliver did a Last Week Tonight segment on environmental justice that specifically talked about residential development and where it gets developed. And a significant part of his piece was around residential development adjacent to highways and how that causes lasting disproportionate negative impact to disadvantaged communities. It's a fantastic segment. It's from a couple months ago. I would encourage everyone to go watch it. And I'm bringing that up because I do think that this is an environmental justice issue. And I hope we create a new policy around it. And when we do, I think it could be color coded green and added to our environmental justice overlay to our elements. That was all I had.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few comments and I have a few, I'll start with actually a couple of responses to, mostly to John. I do want to say I completely agree with you about leaf blowers. And then I actually made a note of it under noise, but really I guess it belongs here in terms of air quality and health of the landscapers. My dad was actually a landscape contractor, and I don't think they had leaf blowers back in those days. But anyway, I just think about how unhealthful it is for the person that's operating it. So I would like to see some way of mitigating the noise and pollution and health issues related to those. not quite sure how we do that, but the other thing I was going to comment on is you mentioned compost, and I was just looking it up. So as I said earlier, in California, we're lucky that there's a lot of things that are actually mandated in some other way besides our general plan. Compost is now a state requirement for residences and residences and businesses, which means that they need to provide businesses need to provide receptacles for composting, and, you know, trash services need to pick up composting from all residents and businesses. I don't know what the status of that is, but I think that's in the works now, or maybe it's already required now. The third thing I was just going to comment on that you mentioned was the golf course. I do think that although it's a lot of, you know, grass and water and all of that, I do think that it is used by a lot more people than we realize. It's used for the high school golf teams, at least, I mean, the San Mateo high schools. I mean, I don't know if my information is up to date. I haven't had a high schooler for a while, but they have, you know, the high school teams have golf teams, and that's where they go, as I understand it. People outside of San Mateo come there. There's also an organization called First Tee, which maybe, I don't know, maybe we should somehow encourage them to use that golf course if they don't already. That's an organization that gets young people out to the golf course and teaches them. I'm not a golfer, but I just know this because I know a young person that would not otherwise have been able to afford to play golf. And First Tee is a great kind of nonprofit for underserved communities or kids that wouldn't otherwise be exposed to golf. Okay, so that's my piece on that. Actually, on the general plan, I have a couple minor comments. I did wonder, and maybe it's in here somewhere, but POSP 1.6 is about Bird Island. I've never heard of Bird Island. I don't know where it is. And the only comment on that I would have is that it says, yeah, there it is, manage Bird Island as a bird nesting and breeding site. And maybe we should, maybe that's strong enough, except I'm not sure what manage means exactly. I feel like it should be a stronger word than manage, like maintain or protect Bird Island as a bird nesting. And as I said, I'm not really sure where it even is, but I'll have to look it up and I'll learn about it, rather than take any more time now to figure that out. But I don't know, most of these are kind of general like agreements, basically. I don't really need to go through the items that I agree with. There's just a lot of good information in here that I felt really strongly about. The one I guess I will comment on is goal COS 5 about hillside development. I think this is very important, and I think this language is pretty clear. So I'm just putting that out there. There's, you know, the County of San Mateo Planning Department or Planning Commission has had a development on a very steep hillside that's come before them, that I think it was continued because there was so much concern about this large, how, you know, it was 1 or 2 or 3, I don't know how many houses, you know, on a very steep hillside. So there's a lot of concern about that. I think that is important to keep in. COS 6 about historical tribal lands. I think that it could probably be worded a little bit more, more specifically to have recognition of individual, and I guess that would be an encourage projects to recognize. Just trying to see if it doesn't specifically say that in any of the policies, but I guess to include something about specifically recognizing the historical native lands, tribal lands. Oh, and then I did have a comment. I think COS A10.5, I think was the one about, was it Crystal Springs Road, which is a good road to get to like Sawyer Camp Trail. I think that was A 10.5. Oh, no, that was something else. So A 10.5 was increase efforts to seek neighborhood support. It seemed a little bit vague and undefined, but actually you kind of spoke to that, John, that there are opportunities to get people involved. So maybe that's appropriate, that it's not well-defined. There's a lot of, I mean, you kind of just did a bunch of brainstorming on how, parks could be supported. So never mind. I think that's probably appropriate the way it is. Oh, in the public comment section, there was a note about reducing light pollution. And I don't see that anywhere in any of the parts of this, the goals, actions, or policies. And I think that that is part of Cal Green, I think, in the California Building Code, but it's not really very enforced. And I feel like it's kind of important. We lose a lot of the sort of, I mean, we're in a city, but I do think that the night sky is part of the California Building Code as well. So I'm not sure where that would go, but I thought it was a good suggestion from the public. From somebody. For instance, I guess to be more specific about that, there are some requirements that there not be uplighting and that like exterior lighting be down lighting, for instance. And again, I'm not sure if that's a code requirement or I don't know the specific wording of that in the CDC, but there's some overlap there. So sorry, my comments are kind of vague, but there's a lot of good information in this section that I think is covered pretty well. All right, any other comments?
Through the chair, I have one comment just on what you said, which is making sure that minimizing light pollution, which I think is a good goal, does not conflict with what we're hearing from a lot of public comment, which is a desire for better lit streets. I don't know how to reconcile those two things. That's beyond my ability and expertise, but just want to highlight that, that those two things don't be done in a way that they conflict with each other.
That's a good point. And like I said earlier, I think that just sort of adopting the public comments, for instance, doesn't work because there's conflicting things. Right. So I think well-lit streets is important. And, I'm not sure how this other piece gets put in, but I think it is addressed in the code to some degree. So maybe it's not critical to include it in the general plan.
Yeah, through the chair, I want to touch on that just generally. I think, think about Hillsborough and walking through Hillsborough, like they have I believe a dark sky ordinance, and it's very dark at night. So as a pedestrian, it's rather dangerous. But I think it's really context dependent on what kind of place and what kind of pedestrian facilities are available. I guess in a sense, Hillsborough chooses not to be safe for pedestrians and prioritizing that over, prioritizing, a dark sky over that. And I think it may just come down to what neighborhood context is there, maybe perhaps stuff up in the hills where it's less likely that there's going to be a lot of pedestrians may want that, but it's not maybe a universal thing through the city. And then I also just wanted to mention two things based on comments from commissioners. The first was about Commissioner Ebnetter, you're mentioning the golf course, and the golf course is interesting. I think over the course of this general plan, we've kind of left it be, and so bringing it up now, as much as it seems like it could be find a higher and better use, I don't know how much willingness there is among the city and the city council to do that. And perhaps I think some justification is that it is in a very low-lying area that's probably the most vulnerable to sea level rise and flooding as of anywhere. And so that could be a limiting factor in its redevelopment. But I don't know if we want to adjudicate that the golf course discussion, I think, happened earlier in the general plan process. Again, I do think it could be a better use, but I'm not sure how much uptake there's going to be from city council to do that.
Through the chair, I appreciate that. I think it will run its course and will turn into what it's going to have to at some point. The reason why I said leave it open to discussion and think about what might be its best use is it could be a flood zone. Who knows? And that might be the perfect thing for it. So we'll find out.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
Part of my concern also is I believe its water source is local. I believe it's pumped there. So we're reducing the water in the area right next to the bay, which will encourage more saturation of the soil.
Mhm.
To me, it's just not a good use of that land.
Saline saturation. Yeah. And then the other comment is just something that was mentioned on the neighborhood supported projects. And I think that this is a good policy. I don't want to, or a good action. I don't want it to, so it's action COS hyphen A 10.5. Oh, it's right up here. Yeah, I think it is a good thing to increase efforts to seek neighborhood support for enhancement and beautification projects. The only caveat I would have on that is that I worry that it turns into, you know, the generally wealthier neighborhoods get nice things and the less privileged neighborhoods don't. And I think that doesn't necessarily lead to this, but it just that maybe this opportunity allows more actual city funds to go to neighborhoods that don't have as much wealth to spread around, I guess. I don't know how you put that as part of this action, but I do think having some sort of caveat where, you know, maybe it's in other actions where beautification projects using city funds get prioritized based on environmental justice priorities, something like that. And those are my only other comments.
Okay, any other comments on this element?
Through the chair, on the issue of the golf course, I agree that I think it's a very problematic land use in that location. And I'm confessing ignorance to not probably being aware of the previous discussions that were had on it. So I agree with Commissioner Ebnetter. I think perhaps no matter what we do, it's going to run its course. It's going to become a floodplain over time. But I wonder about two small text edits. The way it's written now, and this is what 10.2 COSP 10.2. So I read this as requiring us to preserve it as a golf course. And I think that could become onerous on us over time. And I wonder if you could strike golf course and be silent on it. You could also introduce the words habitat towards the end. So preserve existing parklands, open space in the golf course for open space, habitat or recreational use. And I wonder, those two things might open the door to give future city council members, planning commissioners, park and rec commissioners, other people, options to deal with an inevitable situation of sea level rise. So I wanted to propose those two small text edits, see if people were open to that.
I think that makes sense. I mean, I think that you could keep the golf course in there and, you know, add open space, habitat, and recreational use. And then that kind of leaves choices for how to utilize it in the future. Because we are talking about that location, that just defined the location. So I would just keep it in there, the golf course.
And think through the chair one more time. Sorry, one other item. Are we in agreement? We're going to ban leaf blowers? Or that's our recommendation? I don't know. I know none of us, I really appreciate Commissioner Zebnetter's comments on that as well. I didn't know exactly where we wanted to land on it. I didn't know if others
That's a
had
good
opinions.
question. So since we're trying to sort of be all encompassing of our comments in our motion to move forward. Yeah, I guess we can all, or that's a question, would we all agree that we would like to ban leaf blowers?
Through the chair, I think we might all be in agreement about banning gas-powered leaf blowers for sure. I'm a little bit more hesitant about a blanket ban on leaf
Yeah.
blowers. I have an electric leaf blower. I use it in my yard. I do not use it in the street. I think the biggest issue from like the blowing up toxic material is when it's in the street, right? But like when it's in the middle of my large backyard and blowing around dead leaves and children's toys, I think that's less of a concern. So I'm a little bit more hesitant on a blanket ban.
Yeah, I agree. And I think my concern is gas powered ones, and the exhausted fumes and the effects of the actual person using it. So
So through the chair, I think this debate started maybe 16 years ago or longer. I think Carol Groom was mayor when it was first being discussed, and she tried to get that in place and wasn't successful. I have full confidence that the state's initiative will, implement that in the gas line, the gas component. I don't think we would ever get the council to accept a ban recommendation from us yet. I would still like them to hear it.
Through the chair, I agree. I don't think a ban on leaf blowers overall would probably get political support, but I do think that leaf blower usage in the right of way on paved surfaces could achieve 90% of the goals, because I think that's where the nasty particulates are getting kicked up from, brakes and tires and whatever that flows in the gutters and stuff. Whereas, leaf blowing on your lawn or your patio on your personal property is probably not going to get banned. But I think maybe, at least study a ban on leaf blowers on paved surfaces in the right of way could actually get some traction someday.
So leaf blowers are not regulated by Cal OSHA. So if a piece of equipment is not regulated by Cal OSHA, then the standard that applies is what the industry states.
Mm-hmm.
Leaf blowers have a DBL of 65 or higher, which is against our noise ordinance. Leaf blowers are not supposed to be per the industry standard used within 50 feet of neighboring property. That takes 95% of the property, the usage that we currently see today. It makes it illegal. So these arguments have been going on for a long time. I just want to get the attention of the council one more time and have them address this if they can, or make some suggestions. But also I was saving that part of the discussion for the noise, because it's such an annoyance. It's unbelievable, as we all experience on a pretty regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm supportive of this. Thank you.
okay, so can I have a motion to recommend this? I've lost the terminology. There it is,
Oh.
conservation, open space, parks and recreation element.
Actually, before we go, because we did have had some discussion items in the past, I just want to make sure staff is comfortable with what we've discussed and if there's any clarifying questions as far as like if we're going to make a motion to recommend something.
I would guess just on the leaf blowers, how much you want to put in your motion?
I want to move it to item number 1. And it's up to you, Margaret.
Well, so we can make a motion to recommend, not recommending approval. What did we say we're recommending? Recommending that we can make a recommendation to.
The council.
I would say recommend consideration of.
Okay, so we can make a motion to recommend consideration of the element number 6, conservation, open space, parks and recreation element with the recommendation to add, I guess I'm not making this motion, I'm just asking if someone would do it, but I think that we should add the requirement that leaf blowers be limited or studied. Are we talking about, what did we backtrack now to, like, to just saying that we want to study the locations where they can be used? Or that we want to ban gas powered ones? I guess we need to make that decision.
Just make that call.
Through the chair, I think we should agree on what we think should happen, but then leave the motion to, as we did before, recommend this element incorporating our comments and discussion.
Yeah, I think that is simple.
I worry by only elevating leaf blowers, we send the impression that that was like the only thing we
Yeah.
care about and want to
Sure.
incorporate.
And there's a lot of important stuff. Okay, so I think that we can say for the record that we all agree we would like to see gas powered leaf blowers banned and some consideration of what surfaces be
Yes.
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 allowed.
Mhm. Yeah, I think with specifically right of way, like public property.
And I have it noted for noise on there.
Yeah.
So we're gonna talk about it again.
To the chair, if we're clear on that, I'm looking for nods. Yeah, then I'd like to make a motion to, oh God, you just told me what to say. Consider or make a motion to consider a recommendation on the draft policies and actions for conservation, open space and recreation elements, including the discussion that we have had on this item this evening.
Through the chair, you made a motion to consider to recommend. I think we need to make a motion to recommend to consider.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Patel. Like a motion to make a recommendation to consider the draft goals, policies, and actions for the open space and recreation elements, inclusive of the conversation, discussion, and comments provided by the Planning Commission this evening.
I second.
Great. Should we take a vote, please?
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ebnetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins.
Yes.
All right, on to the next item. So I'm going to do another time check. It's almost 10 and we have, sure, we can have a 4 or 5 minute break and then we'll go on to the last 2 items. Be back a couple minutes after 10.
No worries. Yes, I'm so hungry.
They got snacks at the GPS and I was like, well.
We started at 6. I didn't even eat dinner till like 7 or 8 sometimes.
I tried to eat dinner at 5:30, like I crammed things in the last 10 minutes and ran out the door. If it helps, I have no comments.
That is also a big transition. You know, it's like kind of the end of like Then you gotta survive the teenage years and then like that's at the other side. Yeah, that's kind of what I was choosing to say. Like in one sense, I think ways to. They're teenagers.
Yeah, I was coming.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Hanging in. What did I say?
John, oh, you have a sandwich. You want some crunch?
Oh my God.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Yeah.
You may be a little, but I feel a little too. I'm done. It's good. I'll be right back. You guys, and I'm just gonna. Yeah. I got this.
I don't, yeah. Yes.
Like leftovers from last night. So I said, "What?" They were like,
Yeah. Yeah, just heated up soup and had that. I love back house. Everything they make is so good. It's hard to go there just for the fact that I want everything.
Well, I asked.
What is it? Which one? Oh, yeah. And so it's a little small, not even an acre, and sitting in the lagoon just off of Joinville Park, Marina Lagoon there. If you look at a Google map, you can see it. It's more than a sandbar, but it's.
It's labeled as some other name. And then there's a bird island down off, Road City that incorporated. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
It's ours now.
Yeah.
It's in the general plan.
Guess I should. All right, we'll get started again. So now we're going to move on to element 7, public services and infrastructure element. It's seems like it's labeled differently in different places, but that is what we're moving on to, right? Yeah, okay. All right, so somewhere else it was called public services and facilities. I'm not sure where I saw that, but. All right, we'll start with you.
Thank you, through the chair. Just 3 comments on public services and facilities, or what I'm also calling it that. PSP 4.3 under City Hall. I appreciated the conversation that the general plan subcommittee members had around that. And sorry, I probably said the PSP 4.3 City Hall. This is, I suppose, I'm trying to be, clear and specific in my comments. This one's kind of fuzzy. I'm just kind of in support of continuing to find a downtown facility. I just feel it makes sense to have some kind of City Hall facilities downtown. And so I'm one small voice amidst others that have many years of experience and good perspective on this. So I think staff heard comments from GPS and I didn't want to disagree with any of those, just put in a vote for keeping downtown on the table on that one. Then on PSP 5.2, school site reuse or redevelopment. Starting to wonder if this is something that was put in a long time ago and then it somehow gets everyone's attention. Maybe more attention than it needs, I don't know, but again, interesting discussion by GPS on this one. So, and this is something that did exist in the previous general plan. So comparing it to the previous version, I like some of the changes that were made here. And I would suggest just a few more adjustments to, in my mind, bring this more in line with land use and housing element goals of increasing housing production, and just by rebalancing the text in a couple of ways. So number 1, the first sentence, I would suggest just deleting that. So I think we should have language in the land use element that already covers compatibility. So I wonder if we just don't even need that sentence. I know there's discussion over compatibility. I would also strike in sentence 3, I would strike and community recreation needs. Because I'm just not sure that's consistent with housing and conservation and open space element policies. So, and for me, to be clear, if a surplus school site opens up, affordable housing should absolutely be prioritized over more recreation for those lucky enough already to be able to live there. And one more in sentence 4, I would change the word community to city. Otherwise, support sentence 4 as it stands. And then lastly, could we make it clear that, or I think and hope that this applies not just to school sites, but any school district land that opens up? I know it's probably mainly school sites, but they have other facilities, and just thought maybe apply that generally. So that is it for that one. And my last one, PSP 5.6, child care centers in residential neighborhoods. Just wanted a bit of a tone change here. So continue to allow is what we say. And I wonder if we change that to encourage. And just trying to be consistent with goal PS5, I think it would lead us to take a more positive position regarding childcare in residential neighborhoods, where it is by definition closer to where children live. So it is increasing access. And I just view continue to allow, I interpret that as being a pretty neutral term, which maybe nothing wrong with that, but I think we actually want to encourage it. So we would suggest that word change. And those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiggins. I'll go next. Just keep up with the structure. Before I discuss a couple points that I had, I wanted to comment on Commissioner Wiggins' comment on the school sites redevelopment. I would say that I would actually prefer to keep in recreational use. And the reason for that is it's land, we're not making more of it. To me, it's much harder to create new park space or new open space land than it is to replace one building with another building of greater intensity. Like that's just, to me, a fundamental principle. So I would actually not remove that language.
I didn't feel strongly.
Okay.
I'm happy to defer to you.
Okay. And then as far as that whole portion in that whole policy, I know there was other discussion in the general plan subcommittee. I didn't have a huge position on the rest of that. So I think I don't know enough to really give much comment on that. I do want to just say thank you to staff and PlaceWorks for, again, your everything, and then also the notes that you took from the GPS meeting. My comments are really just a clarification of something that I said at the GPS meeting, which is it was under goal PS-2 on support maintaining a safe, sustainable, and resilient supply of water. And it was the policy that I had suggested was regarding water efficient landscaping. And the note that was listed was add a policy that encourages existing homes to convert water efficient to water efficient landscaping. And actually, what my suggestion was more expansive than just existing homes, but all properties. So not just home, not just residential properties, but existing businesses that may not be redeveloped or anything to something new, but just getting all properties to convert to water efficient landscaping over time, more adapted. So we're just not wasting the water. because that's the biggest use of water in our state. So that just, I think, really important. Obviously, I have a professional knowledge in that, so that's why I'm stressing it. And then the other aspect I wanted to go down to, it was goal PS5. And it was a comment from actually the GPS meeting, something that Cliff had mentioned, which was a great comment. And I just wanted to reiterate it. It was the policy PS-P5.5, which is the childcare centers and at public and quasi-public. I think that it's not just about childcare centers, but just, I think that maybe this can be expanded to both childcare centers and just the public facilities in general, in the sense that they support child development or teenagers, families. So it's not just about childcare centers, facilities. And I think that I again want to say improve, not just retain. I think that was a good comment. Just to highlight that. And I think everything else was captured in the notes that I had to say from the GPS meeting. So I don't want to go into that. So I'll lead on to the next.
All right, thank you. Next person, John, do you want to go next?
So for the goal PS-1 protect. Thank you. PS-1 protect the community's health, safety, and welfare by maintaining adequate police, fire, and life safety protection. I am going to incorporate that in my comments next session in Public Safety 8, because that's where all the maps are, which delineate hazards to a lot of our infrastructure and our public services. And I think it would probably serve the public better if I discussed it in one component or one issue only. They can be discussed now, but I would just have to reiterate myself next time. Okay. Water obviously is an extremely important component to all of us, and becoming more so on a daily basis. California Water is our water provider. And Joanna, I think you said earlier when we touched on waters that we have a provider and we really don't have control over our water supply. That has been the position by the city for decades. And I think that we have always punted on the water issue, and we have not been visionaries or supporters of controlling our own destiny with our water. And I think we have the tools that we can have major impacts on our water supply. I'm not saying that we run a water district in the city of San Mateo, but what I would do is to study and implement water regulations as it has to do with conservation and set a maximum gallon per day quota of 40 gallons, because it's the number that has been discussed for many years as being the minimum for health and safety, and implement that through Cal Water, through the city council, and set our own standards. We currently use, I think, 60 or 65 gallons a day per residential unit. Unfortunately, per capita in the city of San Mateo, we're at 98 million gallons a day, which is roughly 12 million gallons, which we import, use, process, and throw back into the bay every single day without a drop of it being recycled. We have the opportunity at the waste within our clean water program to garner some of that water. We are having ongoing discussions, and they've been in discussion for a decade, about how we're going to turn some of that water to potable or at least gray water so we can reuse it. But as far as I know, there hasn't been any progress. And Cal Water is a great supplier of water, but they supply water to make money. They are not in the business to conserve. And if we are not willing to set our own policies and our own goals, past track records indicate that we will continue to use as much water as we want. And eventually that will become extremely expensive. So just a short sidebar, 6 years ago, during maybe a part of our ongoing drought, I was at my home and I heard my hose bib in the front yard running. I went outside to see what was going on. And an employee from Cal Water had turned on my hose bib and let my water run down the side, right down my driveway. And then he went over to my meter on the other side of the yard and started looking at the meter. Came back, he turned the hose bib off. I says, well, what are you doing? He says, well, I'm checking to make sure your meter works. And I says, why? He says, because you conserve so much water, and Cal Water wants to know why, if your meter's broken. I said, really? I said, well, what are you guys doing about the abuses of water that are going on in my neighborhood with watering of their lawns and all the rest of the stuff? He says, well, no, we don't care about them. We only care about the people that are not using enough water. He says, I have 3 pages here, double-sided, for me to check today of places that are conserving water. The only reason I tell you this story is that we continue to go back to our provider for guidance on conservation, and they are in the business of selling water to make money. They are not in the business to conserve it. The city of San Mateo has the ability to correct that. And why we don't boggles my mind. We have avenues. We can manage our own destiny with water, but we continue not to even not to pursue it at all. Page 72. Sorry, you guys. What is it here? So again, most of this I'd rather discuss in the next meeting. Yeah, we've got policy PS-P3.4 wastewater treatment plant. It is probably our most important infrastructure in the city. Without a highly functioning water treatment facility, we won't be able to function. And the way that I look at this general plan update is much more through the lens of equality, sustainability, and resiliency. And I think that as this discussion moves forward, we really have to look at that plant, our new plant, when it will be coming online, and how it will function for decades to come, and what we need to do to ensure that. There are minimal sea barriers in place today. And since the state, the federal government, and the county of San Mateo are now routinely stating that they're looking at requesting 10 to 20 foot of protection along the seashore. These are things that are going to be intertwined in every aspect of our lives. And to lay that groundwork now during this general plan and not to shy away from it, I think will eventually make or break the ability of this city to function. I think that at the minimum, what we need to do is to figure out how we could at least use some of our water as a component for irrigation, reclaiming some, recharging some of the aquifers, somehow to use probably our most precious natural resource in a manner that gives it, gives us more of ability to act responsibly as the leader in sustainability, as the city is in many fashions, yet we've got a lot of room that we can improve on. That was my comments on this so far.
All right, thank you. Seema, do you have comments for public services and facilities?
Through the chair, I do. Let me just scroll up to my notes. The goal PS2, this may just be a question for staff and not actually a comment, but I noticed that many other cities on the peninsula have an urban water management plan and track water usage by, I don't know, category. And so they have breakdowns on water usage by single family homes versus multifamily homes versus commercial businesses versus, I don't know, there's probably other like park usage or something. And I've been searching for San Mateo's equivalent of an urban water management plan, and I don't know that I've found it. So I was curious if that is something that we do right now, and if it's not, should we be developing an urban water management plan as a policy to help us gather some of this data that could potentially inform some of these actions?
That Cal Water as our water provider provides that plan, and then they update it every 5 years. And so if you go to their site, they do have one. I believe their last one was prepared in 2020. So they will be updating theirs in and around 2025 based on our updated general plan.
Okay, great. Goal PS3. This was the general plan subcommittee meeting I had to miss, so this is all new for me. I was wondering if we need something in this goal about climate change, sea level rise, levees. Like, I know our neighbors in Foster City have a whole levee project. I also know that we have land that borders the bay, and I don't know what our plans are. Where does that get addressed? I guess this is another question, you know, climate change, sea level rise, should that be here? Is that somewhere else?
Yes, we do address flood protection and sea level rise in the safety element.
In the what? I'm sorry.
In the safety element. And so we
In
do
the
have a
safety
number
element,
of
okay.
policies, including community guidance from One Shoreline in regards to sea level rise.
Perfect. And then my next one was policy PS-P4.1, equitable facilities. I had previously noted the need for more public restrooms in our city. And so I wondered if we should call out public restrooms specifically as something that we should have a plan around. Many of our smaller parks, our neighborhood parks, don't have public restrooms, and that's a real big challenge when you have young children who are potty training age. And I just know that for members of our community that are unhoused, this is a real issue. And I've seen comments in my community about the lack of public restrooms and the resulting challenges that come from that. And so I wonder if we should have a policy or an action around increasing our public restroom facilities. And then my next note was around PSP4.4 and PSP4.5. Just noting that both of these policies seem to center around library services. And just on my first pass of reading them, I wondered if there was an opportunity to sort of combine and consolidate these into one or two more, make them more distinctive if they're actually different. And then my last one was policy PS-P5.1, school assistance. And I just noted that this policy is super broad. Support quality public education. Like this is, I think, perhaps one of the most broad policies we have in this general plan, and was wondering if we could make it more specific. Like as an example, I was looking at the policy around effective police and fire services. We don't have to look at it right now, but just the same level of specificity around just trying to outline what it means to be supporting quality public education. And then one more based on what my fellow commissioners said, which going to my other set of notes. PSP5.6, childcare centers in residential neighborhoods. So this is a pretty in the weeds comment, but we have a couple of actions here around, we were talking about changing this from continue to allow to encourage. If you scroll down a little bit on this page to see what the actions are under A5.2, yep, these. So my children have attended several neighborhood childcare centers, in residential neighborhoods, family childcare facilities. And the one they're at now has been trying to get licensed for 2 years. And I don't know what the details are, but it sounds like that there were some delays with inspections during COVID and whatnot. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity here, again, to, I don't want to sign up our staff for like 200 studies, but should we be studying what maybe are some of the potential barriers to creating new childcare facilities, and then, you know, putting some action items or solutions around eliminating those barriers. And that was all I had.
Through the chair, if I just wanted, with regard to childcare, the city is limited because this is a service that's licensed through the state and the county. So the city doesn't actually participate other than in physical approvals where uses can physically go, but the actual licensing of the childcare facilities themselves is beyond city control.
Got it.
Yeah, I do wonder if some of it was COVID, you know, since you said the last couple of years. Okay, thank you. So I just have a few comments on this. Oops, what did I just do? It's interesting that you compared the statement about schools versus the wherever it was, police, fire, and life safety protection, because that was going to be my first comment, which is just that like the police, fire services, and emergency medical services, that all seems really complete, and including fire inspections of buildings and, you know, equipment for firefighting and all of that. So I thought that was really thorough. So I thought that was a good juxtaposition to the school one, and that could be more robust probably for the school piece of it. Let's see. So what is PSA 2.1? Let me see what that one is. Water. I highlighted the whole water thing. Water is a concern, and we hear it from the members of the public when they're questioning a large development that's before us. And, you know, we're hearing about the drought, and we know it's a drought and all of that. So I think, yeah, so I think that generally it's well presented here. However, I was saying, let's see, PSA 2, actually, where am I? PSA, maybe I'm not in the right place. I was asking if PSA 2.1, why am I not finding it? I guess I should look on the screen. So PSA 2.1, there it is. Okay, it's the same issue you were talking about. Sorry, busy looking at my screen. I think that could be a stronger language, as you said. You know, explore the feasibility of working with Cal Water, you know, to distribute like that. That could be more robust. I would say. I mean, even just. I mean, maybe that's all fine, but the first sentence should be, you know, encourage recycled water, or, I mean, we need to have a more stronger statement, I think, there, because we don't really, I mean, we could be looking at, you know, how to use gray water systems in the city, and we don't really hear about it ever. It's pretty unusual. So I'd like to see it brought up stronger to the forefront. So that was my comment on that. I'm okay. And then PSA 3.3, I thought it was kind of, it's great. It seemed like a little unnecessary to have it in the general plan, because to me, that seems like a plan, like a general planning. You know, I mean, somebody must be planning the projects that come about at the city level. And so, I mean, it's fine. It makes perfect sense, but it seems like it's on a, you know, like on a broader, or I don't know if it's broader, but it's something where the city must be planning the things that need to be done in terms of infrastructure. And, you know, proper planning would prevent that kind of thing, but that was my comment on that. And then the last thing I was going to comment on was PSP 5.2, which others have commented on as well, but I think that I'm going in the opposite direction. To me, if we have a school surplus site, and then we turn it over to housing, it's never going to be available again if we need a school in the future. I mean, we're talking 20 years out. And so, you know, if we look out in the future, yeah, we think we know what our housing needs are. And I'm always, you know, slightly kind of pushing back a little bit, because we don't really have a crystal ball as to whether or not, you know, we have these numbers that we're working towards, but what does it really look like in 20 years? And once we develop that school site into housing, it's gone. And the, where is it? Community, there was a community recreation needs. We talked about that in our earlier piece about conservation and, you know, recreational use, and I forget what that one was called. Can't seem to get the element names correct. Anyway, on the conservation one, there's quite a bit of talk about, you know, making sure there's park services for every community and that kind of thing. So I would like to see it reused for recreation needs in the event that school sites became declared as surplus. There are other opportunities for housing and, increased density in their, current housing, current residential sites could be increased density as opposed to taking away open space. It also just seems like it's a little bit like you add more housing, the potential is that you might then need that some school site. So that just seemed like it was in contradiction to itself. I also wanted to comment, it made me also think of the Burrell site, which is like surplus land the city had right next to a school site. And it was developed into this amazing little park. I haven't actually walked up there and checked it out, but I've driven by it. And what I also love that they preserved the oak trees on one side and just the whole space was planned nicely. So yes, it could have been housing, but it's, I think that's its best use. It's next to a school. Those are my comments. So can I have a motion?
Just through the chair, I just wanted to follow up or comment on the school site reuse. Yeah, it might be up more to what the financial feasibility is for the school district as far as what they choose to do with the land. And I do think that I like, if we keep this policy in there, I do like having both recreation needs and potentially housing needs in there, because I do think that if the school district were to end or not develop educational uses on a site, they'll probably want to do something else. And, maybe density transfers or something elsewhere is a good option to maintain as much open space as possible. I don't know. I read this and I feel like it's fairly solid for that purpose.
Through the chair, I agree that the way it's written now with the multiple options would make sense to me. To echo your point about the financial feasibility for the school district, it was in Daly City where they had a surplus school site and they decided to develop that surplus land into workforce housing for teachers, but also housing, just housing that anybody could rent, and used it as a vehicle to fund the school system. And when they were going through the very complicated and contentious process to do that, they discussed how much lower salaries and funding are for teachers in that school district, and how creating this this housing was going to make them competitive to the rest of the school districts in the Bay Area and allow them to fund their schools at a reasonable level to benefit their students. And so I agree about leaving the language, that specific language about the uses. I agree with Commissioner Wiggins' other minor edits, but leaving in the, it's not up now and I don't remember it, but leaving in priority for housing and community recreation needs would give the flexibility on how the school district would want to use that space.
So I agree. And I actually read about that workforce housing in Daly City. That was great. I think the way it's worded is a little bit confusing. It says give first priority and consideration to affordable housing and community recreation needs for reuse of school sites, blah, 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 blah. And so community house, affordable housing and community recreation needs are both the first priority, or is housing the first priority and then community recreation needs? Because that comes first. And does it need to say give first priority? So I find that a little bit confusing to know, is housing the priority, or, and maybe it should be, I'm not saying it shouldn't, but I also think that, once it goes away, it goes away. Once it's built, it's not going back to a school.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I find that wording a little bit.
Yeah, I understand that. I think that it would be nice if we could get more park space out of publicly owned land. However, I think that the reality that I read in this and just kind of what I garner just generally is that we probably as a city wouldn't be able to afford to buy a property outright and turn it into a park. And it's probably what would likely happen is if we were in a situation where there's a excess property that was publicly owned by the school, we could probably get some park space out of it if we were to develop part of it. But it's, I mean, yeah, in like the ideal world, we would redevelop private property to get the housing we need. But it's I think it's more of a financial constraint than anything is what I get from that. But just from my understanding, it's more financial.
So I agree with all of that. I just think that the wording with regards to the first priority and then listing the two, I'm just not sure if it's that clear.
Mhm.
Through the chair, just a couple thoughts to interject here. One, I think if we're looking at the general plan and the anticipated growth that we're looking at over the next 20 years, where we're looking at 20,000 plus new housing units, it seems low likelihood that we'll be losing any school sites, as those will probably all be needed. And then the second part is that we are talking about land that isn't the city's. This is school district land, and ultimately they would need to manage it how they would. So I mean, we're kind of talking about guidance policy on another entity that we
Don't
have limited influence over. So those 2 points just to keep in mind, and to how much we want to dig into this particular policy.
Okay, good point. So given that, I mean, that's the feedback on that. I don't know that we necessarily need to come to any like further agreement. I think it's okay. So at this point, can we get a motion to proceed with that?
I'll make a motion to consider to recommend.
No, recommend.
Recommend to consider. So I'm recommend to consider the draft goals, policies, and actions for the public services and facilities element, inclusive of the conversation, discussion, and comments given by Planning Commission this evening.
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we have a vote?
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ebnetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins.
Yes.
All right. And with that, that's approved. So I guess so. Okay, we're on to the last item. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to approve it or not. That's what I'm not sure, but we're voting. So with that, we've voted to approve, to recommend it. Okay, on that note, we're going to go to the last item, which is the noise element. And let me find that on my screen. If you do you have comments, we can proceed with.
Through the chair, I just have one comment.
Okay,
I
great.
think each one as we go on, I've had a little bit less.
Yeah.
Just on goal in 2 on minimizing noise, I'd like to suggest that we add a policy about doing some sort of monitoring. The goal being to gather more quantitative data on the sort of existing noise nuisances we may have. I think that data could come in handy when we're trying to fulfill sort of the policies associated with this goal. And I don't want to be too vague. I think a few places that I think data could be of interest to future policymakers and the like would be for ambient noise levels around schools, along the railroad corridor. Definitely have heard plenty of discussion around that. Highways 101 and 92, And maybe there's a place for other, you could add other ambient point sources of interest and leave that open. And yeah, I just would suggest putting some policies in place that helps us from that. And once you have that data, you could put policies in place that target existing noise nuisances. I'd like to do that today, but I don't know that we have a lot of data. I think we have our own opinions. I definitely have mine on where noise is. And we have thresholds in table N1. But if we could do something to get more data on where the existing conditions sit, I think it could be useful to us over the years as we go on. And then plug, noise is another issue for leaf blowers as well. We've already talked about leaf blowers. So with our plan on that, we'll work on noise as well. Those are my only comments.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, do you have comments?
Through the chair, I don't have too much. And I'm going to sound like a broken record. I do appreciate the summary from the general plan subcommittee. There was just 4 points from the noise element. The one thing that I want to mention, and this is partially because we're talking about leaf blower noise and actually point source causes of noise, and it's a lot of people in the city have justified grumblings about automobiles that have been modified to be noisier. And I don't know how you address that in the general plan, but it seems somewhat similar to leaf blowers. And I'm not sure how that can get addressed. And it maybe that has more to do with policing, or it's just an ordinance that happens and it's not appropriate for a general plan. I'm not sure. That's more of a question to staff, but that does seem to be a major issue in some people's lives. I hear it quite often in my neighborhood. And so it's more of a question for staff. If there's anything in the general plan that we can do about modified automobiles that are basically, from my understanding, not legal. But that's a noise. It's a part of traffic noise, but it's not something that's related to development. That was the only additional comment I had on noise.
All right, thank you. John, do you want to provide comments?
No, I think I've covered everything I wanted to in the noise element.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Seema?
Through the chair, I do not have any comments on this element.
Oh, okay. I do have some comments. Only a couple. So at the very beginning, I don't know, of the packet or something, there was things you were looking for from us, like, is there anything missing? Or so I was sort of thinking that at different, as I went through this. And actually I said missing was the comment about was something about addressing leaf blowers. So we've covered that in detail. The other item that I thought might be missing from this, and I'm not sure if you can add it or not, I don't know, because it's a separate entity, is the hospital. So, and the reason it came up in my mind is because I'm actually working on a hospital project where the residential neighborhood is not adjacent to the hospital, is not happy because there's some old HVAC equipment, which is currently in the process of being replaced, but they've determined that it's suddenly it seems noisy to them. And it's just partly it's because it's old and it's actually being replaced, and it's going to be replaced by next year, and it will be quieter. And actually the existing old equipment is under the city noise ordinance in this particular jurisdiction. So I've just been dealing with this whole issue. And part of it is that the hospital has to make sure they've maintain their HVAC equipment and replace it when it's at the end of its life, and, replace it with quiet fans and all of that stuff. And so anyway, because that was all in my current going on currently or recently for me, I thought of that we didn't have anything in here that said the county hospital should be sure to maintain equipment to minimize noise to the residential adjacent residential areas. So that was that. Talked about leaf blowers, and then I had a note here, NP 2.7, which is what? Oh, construction noise. Continue. Oh, I said, okay, my note to myself was continue to prioritize construction noise limits. I think that wording should be changed. Like I said in the beginning, I was looking for places where it should become a requirement, and there didn't seem to be a lot. Like, you know, we had to be careful kind of about that. But in this case, I think it should be continue to, or just require construction noise limits, limitations and vibration monitoring, blah, blah, blah. So basically, construction noise limitations must be required. I mean, I don't know how you want to word it, but I think it should be a requirement, not just sort of a priority. Because there are you know, limits like set in place already that I think are requirements. I think, like, you know, you can only do construction between 7 a.m. and whatever, you know, particular hours of and all of that. So I think that construction noise stuff could be a little bit more robust, particularly with, like, you know, some of these big developments that we see that, you know, affect the neighbors. That is it for me. I don't have any other comments on that. So at this time, if there's no further comments, I feel like there was something I was gonna say else, but I guess that's it. Then can I get a motion to move this one forward?
Could I make a motion for a recommendation to consider draft goals, policies, and actions for the noise element, inclusive of the conversation, discussion, and comments given by the Planning Commission tonight?
I'll second.
Great. And can we have a vote, please?
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ebnetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins.
Yes.
And with that, we have recommended for the noise element to be made a recommendation to the City Council for noise element. All right, that is it. At this point, we can close the discussion for that general plan update item. And we've already discussed we've already reported on announcements and reports. And I think that we can adjourn. There's nothing else.
Real quickly, just before, just wanted to highlight next steps in the process. We've got ongoing community engagement. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks. We'll be back here again for the remaining 3 elements. And then we have our 2 council meetings in October. And then we'll proceed forward with preparation of the draft general plan.
All right, thank you. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you.